Welcome in. We're back for night 2 of the draft stream, and this is going to be a big day. I think we are going to have a lot going on. We're going to have many fantasy relevant selections today, and we will have a lot of fun, I think. So we're starting off with an exciting poll. You can see a poll. In 15 minutes, the Browns will make a selection at pick 33. Will it be Shedeur Sanders? Will it be TreVeyon Henderson? Will it be Luther Burden? Or will it be someone else or a trade down? Now, let's get some people in here. So far, I only see a few people, but I'm gonna go through the comments and then we will get going. Okay, so we had Kevin made his comment hours ago. So the first one, any worries about Rome Odunze with the Bears drafting Colston Loveland? Good question. Fair question. For me, the answer is no. I don't think Colston Loveland is good enough. In general, how many tight ends really matter? How many tight ends will prevent a wide receiver from breaking out? Brock Bowers, maybe. I mean, Travis Kelce in his prime. Trey McBride, I think, matters. If Colston Loveland hits his ceiling, he's not Brock Bowers. So the answer to this question is no. No, not really at all. I don't think so. Odunze might have a buy window if people are selling him. That could be interesting. I might be in on buying him. But in terms of like being worried, no. No, I don't think so. Trying to get everything all set up. Okay. So let me get some things out of the way. So we had such a great stream yesterday. Everything went really well. It was very widely attended. And additionally, a lot of people signed up for the Patreon from the stream, which is great. So because of those reasons, we're going to do the 75% off discount again tonight. We're going to do it again. I already see one new patron who signed up for yearly membership. So that's a 25% discount for the whole year. But we'll do another 75% off your first month, which will get you through all of rookie season for the Patreon tonight. Now, how do you access said code? Tonight, we're doing a simpler code. The code is just night2. So use code night2 for 75% off your first month of my Patreon here. So patreon.com/fantasyadvice, code night2. And if you use that code, you will get 75% off your first month. Or you can do a yearly, no code needed for that, where you will get 25% off the whole year. So let's take a look at my poll. My poll, we have 17 votes for now. 41% say Shedeur Sanders, 29% TreVeyon Henderson, 0% Luther Burden, and 29% say other or trade down for the Browns at 33. We're going to find that pick out within the next 20 minutes, where we're going to see what happens. Okay. If Pickens gets moved this weekend, are there any landing spots where you're buying him, or is he just a stronger sell if he lands in a good situation. Well, if Pickens gets moved, I mean, I don't know. I don't think I'd be buying him. I'm not like a big fan of Pickens, but there are definitely spots in which I would be doing that. All right, so we're going to take a second to reset the camera. I'm going to keep talking, but I'm going to reset something with the camera because it looks a little weird to me. But overall, I'm excited for today's stream. Should be fun. Okay. Tell me if you think it looks weird. It feels like it looks weird to me, but maybe I'm just being a little paranoid. Okay. What is the cutoff for Burden for you? Where if he goes at this pick, or, before you're in, I wouldn't say there's like a cutoff really per se, like I would like him to go higher rather than not go higher, but there isn't a cutoff. Okay. Next question. We had 50, almost 60 people in here last night. I'm hoping for more of the same tonight. We're going to see. Maybe we'll get there. Could be exciting. 25 people. That's pretty good. I love to see that. How many round 2 players should be picked before Golden in Dynasty? Well, I would think that running backs, TreVeyon Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, probably Kaleb Johnson, they'll all be ahead of him. Other than that, that'll probably be it. Probably not quarterbacks, probably not definitely not tight ends. And probably not wide receivers. It's just so hard. The hit rate on a first round wide receiver is so much higher than on other wide receivers. So, yeah, let's get some questions in. And I put up an early poll, like I said, on who the Browns are going to take at pick 33. 25 votes already. So keep getting those votes in for the Browns selection. And then we'll move to the Texans and then the Titans after that. Okay. So next up, what's the most amount of trades you've made in one season? Oh, that's a lot. Probably like 50 for one team or more. So a lot. Yeah, 50 or more. I really like trading. How many round 2 running backs do you expect to be picked, and how many of them will be starters? So by default, a round 2 running back I expect to be a starter. I would generally be surprised if a round 2 running back is not a starter. Typically, I expect those players to be starters. So I'm guessing it's 3. I would say TreVeyon Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, Kaleb Johnson. And I'm guessing it's 3 and exactly 3. What's up? Welcome in. Could any of these running back or wide receiver picks potentially upend Golden in your ranks? Running backs, like I said, there will be probably 3 that do. As for wide receivers, unlikely, but it's possible. Would you consider drafting Loveland if you already have a Dunze and Caleb Williams? No, I mean, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant whether I have those players or not as to whether I would or would not draft Loveland. I don't care about having multiple players on the same team. I don't care about stuff like that really at all. Over under that Royals goes in the second. I would say I'd set the line at like minus 500 that he doesn't. I would be stunned if he goes in the second. Do you believe that Mason Taylor is drafted before Harold Fannin? At this point, I've always believed that Mason Taylor was drafted before Harold Fannin for like the last month and a half. So yeah, Mason Taylor, I think, is going to go off the board in the first 10 picks. Harold Fannin, I have a bad feeling we might not be talking about Harold Fannin today. Yeah. Will we see Mel Kiper descend into madness if Sanders is passed on by the Raiders at 37? Yeah, I think we will. I think Mel Kiper will probably go crazy at that point. Honestly, I think he will. How many running backs go on day 2? Over under 4.5? Way over. Way over. I think, to me, Henderson, Judkins, Kaleb Johnson, Dylan Sampson, and Cam Skattebo almost certainly will. That's already 5. And then I think Bechal Tudin is getting some day 2 buzz as well. So way over. I think it's 7. Just joined the Patreon, was way overdue to say the least. Yes, I saw your sign up. Thank you for signing up. And I will get you all in there once the show is over. Let's have another good night. Yeah. Tell your friends about the show, share my link to the show. I'm hoping that we get, the same kind of reception. Night 1 was an absolute explosion. I'm hoping we get the same, like 50, 60 people in here. I would love that. Yeah. I might be more excited for tonight's draft than last night's. My Seahawks have 4 day 2 picks. Yeah, I'm curious what the Seahawks will do. I assume one of those picks will be a wide receiver. And I'm excited to see what the Seahawks do at wide receiver. Good afternoon. How are you doing? I'm a little tired, but I'm okay. This stream is going to be even longer than yesterday's. So, I made it through a 4-hour stream yesterday all by myself. Now it's going to be 5 hours, plus potentially all by myself. So it's going to be a lot. Yeah. Where do you think Shedeur will finally land? I have my eyes on the Raiders at 37. I think that would be my prediction if I had to pick a prediction. So let's take a look at this poll. 39% say Shedeur Sanders. 41% Shedeur Sanders at 33. 28% TreVeyon Henderson. 3% Luther Burden. 28% other or trade down. What are your thoughts on Jayden Higgins? I like Jayden Higgins. Jayden Higgins is a player I'm excited about. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes off the board before Luther Burden, to be honest. The NFL seems to kind of like Jayden Higgins. Some were saying that, Jayden Higgins could go to the Browns at 36 or the Titans at 35. I could see it. I'm rooting for the descent into madness. Yeah. I hear what you're saying. For the Shedeur fall. I don't know. For Shedeur Sanders, I think I said this on yesterday's stream, but I'll say it again. Like if Shedeur Sanders' name were John Smith, whatever, no one had heard of him. He was just some guy. No one would really care. No one would care about Shedeur Sanders. He's a fine prospect, good, not great. And, this would have been very unremarkable. But there's just been so much like irrelevant dialogue surrounding Shedeur Sanders that is just irrelevant to me. I don't care, really one way or another. Trying to buy 104. What should I add to Penix to get it? I need more information. I need to know what you have, what the league format is. I need more information, especially on a live stream. And you know, this kind of reminds me. I do trade workshops is one of the biggest things I do on the Patreon. And remember, code NIGHT2. That's the code for tonight. Patreon.com/fantasy advice. Code NIGHT2. I haven't seen anyone use the code yet. We did get one yearly sign up. So, you know, I'll post the link in the chat again. And code NIGHT2. And I also have a special giveaway that I can give away to one lucky person. But we'll do that later on. Figure out how I want to do that. Who are some guys that aren't projected to go day 2 that you think have a chance of sneaking in? Ooh, good question. That I think have a chance of sneaking in. Let me look. Kyle Williams, does that still count? Maybe Terrence Ferguson, but he's been projected there. If Kyle McCord went on day 2, I wouldn't be totally shocked. I guess those are a couple. So I'm not watching the broadcast, so I'm going to need to have a way to get these picks, you know, to myself. And I'm hearing that the Seahawks are interested in trading up in round 2. That could be interesting. And yeah, remember, click on this link, join the Patreon. I'd like to see, you know, let's set a goal of at least one more new patron during round 2. How about that? Any predictions for the Patriots at 38? Think they do anything fantasy relevant tonight? I do think a wide receiver is in the cards for the Patriots. But I don't know exactly what their plans are. The Patriots have a pick at the 6th pick of the 2nd round. Then they have 2 picks in the 3rd round. So I do think a wide receiver will be one of those selections. So yes, my answer to this would be yes. I do think they do something that's relevant to us. Just a question of how relevant. I'm hopeful the Commanders will draft a 3-down running back with the remaining picks and maybe a linebacker. They have to close the gap on the Eagles. So the problem is the Commanders have the 29th pick in the 2nd round today. They don't have a 3rd round pick. They don't have a 5th round pick. So if they don't draft a running back in the 2nd round, I don't know exactly how they're going to do that, but we will see. I think the Commanders would be a candidate to trade down potentially, but I've been saying that about pretty much every team all draft, so it's hard to take that too seriously. I bet the Seahawks want safety Nick Emmanwori. Very possible. I mean, he's a good value still on the board. Thanks to all the Patreon subscribers. Yesterday, now we get Tyler for day 2. Excited for these rounds. Yeah, I'm hoping that today is as well attended as yesterday was. Yeah, I'm hoping. I didn't have as much time to obviously to promote the show. So yeah, I'm hoping that that's the case. But we will see. But yeah, just keep the chat active. Yeah. So right now we're waiting for the Browns. Day 2 kicking off. Let's go. Yes, I'm very excited. And I'm just hoping to get you know, some more people in the in the live. I want to break 50 at least at some point tonight. That's kind of, I know day 2 is not going to be quite as hefty as day 1, but I'm hoping to break 50. Oh, I just on the internet. The broadcast I find to be too distracting. It's just too distracting, So the Browns are officially on the clock. The clock has been open. The clock is 7 minutes in round 2. I didn't do the broadcast yesterday. Well, I'm hoping viewership is still good. I want to be positive. Yeah, we did hit 30 for a minute. I mean, yeah, if it's going really badly, I'll end the show early. But yeah. I'm just I think once it starts picking up, there's starts to be actual picks. There's a reason I didn't start half an hour early this time, because I need to have like energy to get through the whole thing. All right. Browns are officially on the clock. People are saying on Twitter. 31 people. Very good. So the Browns are on the clock. We're now waiting for the Browns to make a selection. Given that they had all day to make a trade and chose not to, yeah, doesn't seem likely. A lot of people are saying that Tyler Shuck is going to be the second third quarterback taken. Could be interesting. How far do you think Golden will drop down rookie ranks? Well, he's last in Superflex of the players who were drafted yesterday, Superflex tight end premium. And I think at least 3 running backs could pass him. So he'll probably fall out of the first round. Probably be right at that 201 spot. Going to need some fantasy relevant players to get drafted to pump those numbers up. Browns, I would be absolutely floored if the Browns pick is not a fantasy relevant selection. That would shock me. I saw Shuck mock to Seattle at 52. I think Shuck will be gone by then. I think he should be undrafted, but, they're not doing what I think. What's up? Yes, welcome. Welcome in. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to post it one more time before we get too deep into this, but so remember that the Patreon is where I'm going to be covering all of the rookie stuff post-draft. I'm going to do some videos. I'm not going to do as many videos as I did last year, but I'm going to do some videos. I'm going to do, the first video I'm going to do is going to be a top line takeaway on Sunday. I'm going to do 5 takeaways. I'm going to cover my 5 biggest stories. Not all of them. The 5 biggest stories on Sunday. I'm going to cover what I think are the 5 most important things from the NFL draft. One of them is probably going to be Shedeur Sanders falling down the board, for example. But I'm going to cover everything in the Patreon. And then I think I'm going to do videos. Maybe I'll do a few extra videos. We'll see. But the Patreon, I'm going to cover everything extensively, quickly, and comprehensively. So patreon.com/fantasy advice. Use code NIGHT2 for 75% off your first month. Now, it's available till 1 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. After that, you'll still have the opportunity to do 50% off with code TylerYT. But, excuse me. Okay. But 75% off using code NIGHT2. Do you think Shedeur's interview scared teams off of him more so than his actual play? Seemed like he was a horrible interview. It's possible. I mean, we're never going to know what was said in those interviews. You mentioned Odunze might be a buy. Would you send a 105 for him for Odunze and a 26 first? Of course. Odunze is probably worth more than the 105 as it is. Forget with a 26 first. Okay. So we can end this poll. The winner was other. The Browns selected linebacker Carson Schlesinger. Not running back, not tight end, not quarterback, not wide receiver, but linebacker. That is shocking to me. So if you put down a bet on Carson Schlesinger, I think it was over plus 1,000. So you could have made big money on that. They didn't take Henderson here. Who are you most excited to see where they land? I want to see where Shedeur Sanders goes. TreVeyon Henderson, of course, he's the most valuable player left. And then Luther Burden. I want to see Luther Burden. I want to see what happens with Luther Burden. I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked. So I think now we have to come to a conclusion about Shedeur Sanders at this point. The Browns, they had this pick. They did not need to trade up to get him. They still didn't take him. So Shedeur Sanders is not seen as even a starting quarterback. He's seen as like a maybe. So if he goes to the Raiders at 37, I'd still probably put him in the early to mid second of Superflex. If he starts to fall further than that, then we're going to have to move him down more, I would say. So I'm going to do another poll. I think we got to focus on, the player of the player of the hour. So I'm trying to figure out who is posting these picks on Twitter the quickest. We just passed 40 people in here, by the way. 40 people. So, I know it's not night one. We're at 40 people. I mean, that's really great. And I love that. So Carson Schlesinger, the first pick. So what poll do you want to do next? Let's do, we're going to do a poll for TreVeyon Henderson. We'll say Browns at 36. Patriots at 38. Bears at 39 or 41. Or other comment below. Let's do a poll on TreVeyon Henderson. Why not? So we are looking at that now. So get your votes in now for TreVeyon Henderson. Okay. Ooh, wow. All right. Are you going to move Fields up if the Jets don't take a quarterback at 42? Maybe a little. I think if the Jets just skip quarterback, completely skip, then I'd move Fields up a little bit. But I still have concerns. I have concerns with Fields. We've never, ever, ever seen Fields be good for real life. Never. We've never seen that. Correct? We've never really seen Fields be good for real life. So I'm going to have to be cautious because I just don't think Fields is a franchise quarterback, and nothing's going to change my mind right now. So not up that far. The Browns are doing a proper rebuild. I think they are. They got that extra 26 first from the Jaguars. I think they're looking at quarterback next year. They're going to maybe take some developmental guy. Houston ran that pick up to the podium. They did. And this is a big, big selection. Houston, I thought they'd be interested potentially in Luther Burden. Instead, they're taking Jayden Higgins, who I have loved in the pre-draft process. Jayden Higgins, 202 to Houston. So for me, that it's going to be a decision between Higgins and Golden. I'll probably lean Golden just because it's so hard to get past the first round draft capital. And also Higgins is behind an alpha in Nico Collins. Jayden Higgins is never going to be better than Nico Collins, correct? I mean, does anybody think that that's possible? Because I certainly don't. That Jayden Higgins is going to become better than Nico Collins. That's not going to happen. But I do like the landing spot. So Jayden Higgins is probably going to be ahead of any other wide receivers taken after this stage. Henderson to the Broncos, they trade up. Well, actually, the Seahawks have just traded up. The Seahawks have traded up. So we're going to see what the Seahawks are doing. Apparently, they don't care. Yeah, they traded down and they got Higgins. But maybe they'll get another offensive lineman later. Would have loved Higgins on Seattle. Well, they just traded up after Higgins went off the board. So clearly Higgins was not a target for them. Fingers crossed Henderson somehow to Denver. He's not going to make it there. They'd have to trade up pretty significantly to get him. So we're waiting on the Seahawks selection at this point. So here's the trade. Seahawks get number 35. Titans get 52 and 82. So the Titans have made a trade and they've gotten a little bit more depth. So the Titans will now pick at 52. They'll pick at 82. Maybe Higgins was who the Titans wanted. And they're going to be waiting now until pick 52. And then they'll get another pick in the third round. They didn't have a third round. Oh, they didn't have a third round pick. So I kind of like it. I do think this slightly increases the odds that the Titans take a running back. Maybe in the third round, they look at getting another running back. I do think the Titans need another wide receiver, but maybe Jayden Higgins was their target and they missed out on him. So, yeah. So let's look at that poll for TreVeyon Henderson now. So we have 20 votes in. The majority is on the Bears at 39 or 41. 30% say the Patriots at 38 and 20% say Browns at 36. Okay. So the trade for the Seahawks, they moved up for, who'd they move up for? I would probably die if they did that. If the Seahawks, can you imagine? The Seahawks taking Nick Ayomanor. So someone predicted that earlier. Someone did predict that. Yes. Congratulations for predicting that they want safety Nick Ayomanor because they did. They wanted safety Nick Ayomanor. That's what they did. But the Seahawks still have a pick at you did. Congratulations. The Seahawks still have a pick, I believe, at number 50, which I would have earmarked for a wide receiver most likely. So they'll be doing that. Now, the Browns are back. The Browns just took a linebacker. So their other needs for the Browns really are quarterback. Yes, they need that. Wide receiver, running back. They need those things. So I would think that this selection from the Browns at 36 is likely to be fantasy relevant. Now, as for picking between Higgins and Golden, I think I'd lean toward Golden. It's tough. I just dislike Golden as a prospect so much. I'm not really a fan of his in any way. But, yeah. The hit rate of first-round wide receivers is so much higher. And they both have, I'd say, similar quality of quarterback. Jordan Love versus CJ Stroud. And of the two, only Golden could be the wide receiver one. You know, Jayden Higgins is not going to pass Nico Collins ever. Really? I don't know about that. I mean, I could see this being an argument for them to skip running back. I agree with that. But this, we're not stopping them from taking a wide receiver. You need wide receivers to build around to have that quarterback at some point in the future. If they take a wide receiver, if there's a wide receiver they like on their board, say Luther Burden, I could absolutely see them selecting Luther Burden. But I do kind of agree. I mean, if they're rebuilding, taking a running back doesn't really make much sense. All right. Trying to get comfortable here. People on Twitter are having some outrage about Jayden Higgins over Luther Burden, but I got to be honest, I really like Jayden Higgins. I didn't evaluate them too far off. I had Burden half tier ahead, but not, not significantly ahead or anything like that. But yeah, I kind of like the fit, right? I mean, the Texans have Nico Collins, they have Christian Kirk, and Jayden Higgins can play the other outside role. Tank Dell, I think, is finished, sadly, because you're drafting another wide receiver in there. I don't see that Tank Dell is really ever going to get anywhere. No. The thing that's wildest to me about this draft so far is that Will Johnson is still on the board. I mean, talk about Shedeur Sanders sliding, but Will Johnson is a big slider. So you'll never believe it. We've crossed 50 people here. I did not expect that. So we're already over 50. We hit 61, I believe I saw on there last night at some point. We've already crossed 50 people. It's really, really going well. And I do think this is the hardest thing about live content. Wow. Wow. Well, the Browns made a choice. They did. They made a choice. It's an interesting choice. Running back, Quinshon Judkins. Now, you could have bet Quinshon Judkins to be the first running back taken today at plus 1,400. TreVeyon Henderson was minus 2,200. So clearly this is not what the books thought would happen. Quinshon Judkins goes to Cleveland. Okay. Well, he's the clear starter there, right? I mean, there's no debate about Judkins versus Ford or anything. So for me, I think it's pretty clear. In tight end premium, I think Judkins, it's close between Judkins and the tight ends. In non-tight end premium, he's ahead of the tight ends. Judkins, to me, is ahead of Emeka Egbuka. I like Egbuka, but a running back in the top 40 picks who I like in a good landing spot, I think should be ahead of a wide receiver in the mid to late first, who I liked, didn't love, but not like Golden, who I hate. Don't love Emeka Egbuka. I think Quinshon Judkins should be ahead of him, but he should be behind Travis Hunter, because if we're right about Travis Hunter, then, I mean, we have a superstar. Whereas if we're right about Quinshon Judkins, we have a really good dynasty running back, but I don't see Quinshon Judkins as someone who's going to be a top 5 dynasty running back. So yeah, right now I slotted Quinshon Judkins in. And I think in the tight end premium is really where it's going to be interesting. In non-tight end premium, I think he should be ahead of the tight ends. I just think there's more upside. In tight end premium, I think it's going to be very close. I have to see how it all shakes out between Loveland, Warren, and Judkins. But, if I'm just spotting my overall rankings, I mean, would you rather have Judkins or, in my dynasty ranks, would you rather have like Kyron Williams? Would you rather have Judkins or James Cook? That's probably the line, right? I mean, would you rather have Judkins or Jonathan Taylor? I think I kind of figured it out there. I think I'd rather have Taylor. I'd rather have Williams, but I'd rather have Judkins over Cook. So I think that's the spot. And if that's the spot, then yeah, he's right in there with those tight ends. Right in there, but behind Travis Hunter. So right now in Superflex tight end premium, I have Judkins as 108, but he could still be passed by other players. Okay, let's catch up on the chat. Running back for the Browns. Yes, they did take a running back. Interesting move. They took a linebacker and a running back. They didn't take a wide receiver or a quarterback. Judkins, the Browns. Judkins, well done. On the, people in the chat. Yes. Okay. Let's Keep going. I really don't believe it. I mean, TreVeyon Henderson to me was like a lock to go above Quinshon Judkins. I hope the Raiders take Milroe to sit and learn. Well, that may not be happening because I'm now seeing that the Dolphins are on the clock. The Dolphins are on the clock at 37, not the Raiders. So I need to hear more about how that happened. Rankings come Sunday are going to feed famous. Oh, I mean, you're going to get the rookie ranks sooner than that. Okay. So you're asking about the Patreon spreadsheet. So I don't know if you're a patron or not, but what's going on now is I'm putting the spreadsheet stuff in on my personal spreadsheet now. I'm going to update the spreadsheet tonight after the stream is over on the Patreon side. Finalize and update. Judkins is going to eat on Cleveland. Oh, I agree. I mean, it's a good landing spot. Welcome in. Miami traded up. I see crying. Why is there crying? The Raiders trade with the Dolphins. I'm trying to figure out. I'm a later in. What does this mean? What do you think about the Saints at 40? I think that's going to be Tyler Shuck. I think Shedeur Sanders is going to keep falling. So clearly the Raiders didn't like Shedeur Sanders that much because they traded down. So I'm still trying to figure out what the trade here was. All right, I've got the trade in front of me. So the trade, Dolphins get 37 and a fifth. Raiders get 48 and a fourth. So the Raiders move down 11 spots for just a fourth, fifth swap. That doesn't seem right. You know? I'm a patron and highly recommend it to anyone on the fence. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. And remember, you can use code NIGHT2 at the link. I still haven't had anyone take me up on the 75% off. Go to patreon.com/fantasyadvice. Click the link. Use code NIGHT2 for 75% off the first month of my Patreon. It'll get you through your whole rookie season. So I would love to see more people sign up and jump in. For sure. Okay. I think the Bears are going to get Henderson, but the Patriots are still up now. Maybe the Dolphins get a quarterback. They did not. They got guard Jonah Savaiania. I don't hate it. I mean, they needed to improve the offensive line. It's true. 50 watching. Yes, 50 right now. Thank you for joining the chat. And I will say I've loved doing this. I'd say I've learned a lot about live content. On if it's a long enough event, if you give it 30 minutes to get started, that kind of thing, you can have a successful stream. I don't think there's going to be a lot of live content in the future. There's just no good reason for it to be live. But, I'll do these streams every year on the draft. You'll get to hear me live. It'll be a nice opportunity. Also a patron, Tyler's the GOAT, and I can't recommend him enough. Thank you. All the comments in here have been so nice. I really appreciate that. Burden could be falling still. Patriots could take him right now. The Patriots could take him right now. I do agree. I think the Bears are going to take a running back with one of their 2 picks. So we're waiting on the Patriots now. So the Titans and Raiders both traded out after Jayden Higgins was picked. So clearly he was on a lot of team sports. That's what Ian Rappaport is saying. I kind of agree. Okay, so there was another pick involved in the Raiders trade. It's 37 and 143 for 49, 98, and 135. So the Raiders got a 3rd round pick as part of the deal to move back, and then a little swap later. So the Raiders will have an extra 3rd round pick, which means that the Raiders, let me go to the Raiders. The Raiders will select again at 48, and then they'll have 2 picks in the 3rd, where I do think the Raiders are going to take a wide receiver with one of those picks. So let's see where we are. The Patriots clock is ticking down. The Patriots clock is ticking down. What will they do? What will they do? What do you think they'll do? But wow, Quinshon Judkins going that early is definitely a boon to his draft capital. I would have set the over-under on Judkins in the mid-40s. So he definitely exceeded my expectations. Patreon equals so many options. Discord access is the best. No question is a stupid question. We all learn together. Oh, I appreciate that so much. Burden to the Cowboys would be great. I think Burden to the Patriots would be better. Henderson to the Patriots, is this confirmed? I don't think that that's actually going to be their choice. Pats will take a lineman. I mean, they did just take Will Campbell. So I don't know if they need another one. Will Johnson. I mean, Will Johnson would be a value for any team at this point. For sure. So that's something they could absolutely do. But I need to see the Patriots pick. Is it going to be Luther Burden? Or is it going to be someone else? So it's saying that the pick is in. Johnson reminds me of Cooper DeJean. Oh, I don't know about that. I guess they must be really scary medicals. I mean, that's the only explanation. Patriots will make this pick, and this is all about adding help around Drake May. So this is going to probably be a wide receiver. Oh, okay. It is actually. It's not a wide receiver. And, well, I hope you weren't holding on to any shares of Ramondre Stevenson, because it looks like the Patriots have potentially jumped in with TreVeyon Henderson. Unless that's not accurate. I'm trying to find it. What would you think of that? I think that would be kind of wild, considering how much they need wide receiver. But we'll see. I'm trying to figure out. I can't get confirmation. Yeah. It's confirmed. It's confirmed. Confirmed by Jordan Schultz. It's TreVeyon Henderson. So what have we here? So TreVeyon Henderson has gone to New England. Well, it's not the Bears. It's not what we wanted. What do we think about that? It's not the best landing spot. I mean, who would you prefer? Would you prefer TreVeyon Henderson or Quinshon Judkins? Probably. I don't know. I mean, The Patriots have more competition, but I don't know. I think those two will be close. I did prefer Henderson as a prospect pre-draft, but not by that much. They were in the same tier. I do think Henderson's going to slot in ahead of Igbuka as well. I just don't think. I mean, this is the type of draft capital for a running back. I mean, yeah, I mean, Ramondre Stevenson is dead. Another player I said was a sell. Ramondre Stevenson was a hard sell for me. So for those, we can end this poll. So for those people who voted, 29% of you who said the Patriots at 38 were absolutely correct for TreVeyon Henderson. So now let's do another poll. Let's do another poll. Who should we do a poll for? Let's do Shedeur Sanders. Let's do a poll for Shedeur Sanders at this point. So will he land at the Saints at 40? Maybe the Jets at 42. The Raiders at 48. Or other. Will any of those teams take a shot on Shedeur Sanders? 5 votes in already. 40% say Saints at 40. 40% say other. Sanders priority UDFA. Oh man. Do the Bears just do Kaleb Johnson? They might. They might. Patriots still need a wide receiver. They do. They do. And the Patriots, I believe, have 2 picks in the 3rd. I would expect one of those to be a wide receiver to at least fill out the room a little bit. Burden is slipping. Yeah. Yeah, he's starting to slip. And the Patriots took Henderson over a slot receiver in Burden. That's true. The Bears pick is in. Wouldn't it be wild if this were Kaleb Johnson? And there are, I don't even know what. That would be, there's already 4 running backs taken before pick 40. There's more running. Yeah, I mean, there's more running backs who've been taken than quarterbacks. We're talking about Burden. I do think Burden is. So comment below. We already have a poll going for Shedeur Sanders. But comment below on this question. I'm going to put it in the. Who do you prefer? Quinshon Judkins or TreVeyon Henderson? Anyone left that could crack your top 12? No. No, I don't think so. How would anyone left crack my top 12? Maybe if Kaleb Johnson went right now. Maybe. If he went right now, I think he would be in the top 12. So, yes, Kaleb Johnson, if he went with one of these next 2 picks, would be in the top 12. Well, it's not Kaleb Johnson. Oh, boy. Oh, I really wish these 2 picks had been reversed. He said Henderson with Gibson was redundant. Turn off that live stream and just focus on me. We're talking about Burden. Well, we're talking about Burden actually because, and this is, this I think is the first total shock of the draft. The Bears have selected wide receiver Luther Burden. Well, Okay. Yeah, that's good for them. But I don't see the point of this. So I do think this has made a change for me. I think this has caused a reversal between Colston Loveland and Tyler Warren. I think that's a reversal. I think this pick of Burden has now meant that the path for Colston Loveland to do anything is so slim. So there's just there's too many obstacles, because who's a better receiver? Let's be honest with ourselves. Who's a better receiver? Tight end Colston Loveland or wide receiver Luther Burden? Let's be honest. Who's a better receiver of the football between those two players? Luther Burden is better than Colston Loveland. Absolutely. So now let's proceed. So do I want to say Burden is dead? No, but Burden is last of the players who've been picked so far, for sure. I have him at 14, and I'm open to other players passing him. But what I've learned about wide receivers is if you believe in the talent, I do like him. If he gets good draft capital, it's still 39 overall. That is good draft capital. I'm not going to fade Burden into oblivion because the landing spot sucks. The draft capital is too high to just fade him into oblivion. But Burden is not a first-round pick in Superflex, and he probably won't be in 1QB either. I would expect some running backs to pass him. I don't think it's a horrible value. I do think it's a horrible. I don't think it's a horrible pick. I mean, you need wide receivers. I do think that, it's showing that they didn't like the players they inherited. Although Ryan Poles picked and traded for DJ Moore. Ryan Poles picked Rome Odunze. So the current general manager, Cole Kmet, is maybe a sign they don't like him because he was someone they inherited. But this general manager added their two wide receivers. Don't love it for Burden at all. Yeah, sucks. Rip Odunze, no. This doesn't affect Odunze to me at all. I mean, Odunze is an infinitely better prospect than Burden. Odunze, yes. Odunze will be like the strongest buy coming out of Dynasty rookie drafts because Luther Burden and tight end Colston Loveland are not going to stop Rome Odunze from breaking out. How is it ruining it? What's been ruined? What has been ruined for your Dynasty team? Tell me more. I want to hear more. What are you thinking? Tell me. Tell me what's been ruined. I want to hear about it. Burden clears Loveland, but he's outdone by his teammates. Absolutely. DJ Moore and Rome Odunze are the best receivers of the football on this team. But Luther Burden is a better receiver of the ball than Colston Loveland. And it's not close. Most wide receivers are better than tight ends. I think the thing is, I think this is going to cause me to fade Colston Loveland a little bit because at the end of the day, what is the path to success? It's just hard. Like, what's the path to success for Colston Loveland? I'm probably going to drop Colston Loveland in my ranks a little bit more than I have him now. But there's been a reversal for sure. Tyler Warren is now my tight end 1. They were close enough in draft capital. I leaned Tyler Warren in the pre-draft process as the prospect I preferred. They were close enough, 4 picks apart. So because of the situation, because, I lean Tyler Warren as a prospect. I lean Colston Loveland for higher draft capital. So you cancel those two out. You have to go to the situation, which means the situation is now in favor of Tyler Warren. So I would go Tyler Warren over Colston Loveland because draft capital and my prospect eval kind of cancel each other out there. The Bears were tilted. I do think TreVeyon Henderson was the pick for the Bears, and they were a little confused. Yeah, no, not Rip Odunze. Oh, my God. He's replacing DJ Moore. I do think so. I do think DJ Moore's time could be a little bit more limited. Wonderful news. Another patron just joined. Another yearly patron. I really appreciate that. So thank you for joining on. I love when people commit to a whole year. It Honestly, it means a lot to me because it just shows that you're willing to commit a year to my content. What does this mean for DJ Moore? It's a hit. It's a hit for DJ Moore because he's 28. He now has all of this extra target competition. DJ Moore is going to be a loser for me, for sure. Rome could step up. Rome is young. Yes. Flowers or Odunze? Odunze. Odunze is a far superior player. I believe in Odunze in a way I don't believe in Flowers, so I'm going to go with Odunze. If Kaleb can't win games with his team, it just proves the Bears curse. I mean, yes. Kaleb has no excuses now. He has 3 competent wide receivers and 2 really good tight ends. So, yes, there are no excuses. Agreed. I would say the Burden pick hurts Loveland the most. Also, another thing with the Burden pick, what is the offense going to look like? If they play 11 personnel, then one of the tight ends is going to have to come off the field. If they play 12 personnel, then one of the wide receivers is going to have to come off field. I'm a little worried we're going to get like rotations. I think DJ Moore and Rome Odunze, those 2 are going to play every down. I have no doubt about those 2 players. Those are the 2 players I have no doubt. I have some doubt about how much Cole Kmet is going to eat into the playing time of Luther Burden and Colston Loveland. I have some doubt. I have doubt. And if I have doubt, that means that I'm a little nervous. Reminds me a lot of Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox. Cole Kmet is a better player than Dawson Knox. And I think Colston Loveland's a better prospect than Dalton Kincaid, but it's kind of a similar situation. Loveland is more of a receiver. They did it. The Saints did it. So for those people who are wondering what the Saints did, they selected quarterback Tyler Shuck. Okay. They selected quarterback Tyler Shuck. Tyler Shuck is a horrible player. He, to me, should have been undrafted. I didn't have him ranked in my ranks at all. And that is my opinion about Tyler Shuck. Now, in terms of where I have Tyler Shuck in Superflex, I think clearly behind Jayden Higgins. Jayden Higgins went to Houston, a prospect I believe in. Would I rather have Tyler Shuck or Luther Burden, who's buried? I think that's the question of the players who've been selected. Would I rather have Tyler Shuck or Luther Burden? What would you rather have? Tyler Shuck or Luther Burden? I think it's Luther Burden. I think I would stick with the talent of Luther Burden over. I think this is a point where I'm going to take a stand. This is a 2nd round pick. I think this is a bad player. Not, I dislike him. Not Matthew Golden, who I think is overdrafted. But if you told me that you took Matthew Golden in the late 2nd or early 3rd round, fair enough. I would say fine. I think Tyler Shuck is bad. Bad. I think he is a bad player. Not went too early. Bad. Flat out bad. And I don't want to draft him. Now, is he going to be somewhere in my rankings? Yes, because he has to be. But Luther Burden is a player I think is a good prospect. I will take Luther Burden over Tyler Shuck and not lose any sleep over it. Sanders keeps sliding. Yes, he does. All right. So Shuck to New Orleans, Shuck to New Orleans. So they did. Told you. I told you it would happen. I told you. Incompetent Loomis. Yes, that's what I call him. Incompetent Loomis. Totally incompetent. He has a lifetime contract. You know, he is an idiot. He's an idiot. He doesn't have a brain. He should have been fired years ago. He has no idea what he's doing. Can't manage the cap. Can't draft. Can't do anything. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. I would love to take his job. Saints, please call me. I'd be happy to take over your general manager. You know, a trash can could do a better job than Mickey Loomis. So, absolutely. Well, it's not Shedeur. Legendary slide for Shedeur. It is. The Bears need to roll out 0-2 personnel, 3 wide receiver and 2 tight ends. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that. I don't think NFL teams actually do that. I got to figure out this Bears trade because the Bears traded out. The Bills traded up. Bears traded out because Mickey Loomis is an idiot. Told you he'd go way before 52. I think Rattler's better. I hate that, but I think Rattler's better. He is very bad. I agree with you. Bills moving up. Yes, I got to figure out this exact trade. The pick is in, but I got to figure out what the trade is. The Bills traded up. Okay, here I have the trade. The Bills get 41-72 and a 25-7th. Bears get 56-62 and a 4th. So the Bears basically moved down to 56 and 62, 2 picks in the later second. Bills get 41 and 72, and then there's a swap of a 7th and a 4th. So fair enough. No, I'll stand my ground because Tyler Shough is awful. Awful. What about this prospect says draft him? What exactly? That he threw the ball underhand and threw an interception. That makes you should draft him. He played 7 years in college. He played with Justin Herbert. That means you should draft him. His statistical profile is terrible. Wow, maybe that's a reason to draft him. Oh, he's injured. Wow, now apparently that's a good thing because he has lots of experience overcoming adversity. What? Tell me one thing about Tyler Shough that says this is going to be a successful quarterback. Even looking at his final year. Look at the final year. 8.2 yards per attempt. That's fine for a quarterback playing in his 7th year. It's okay. That's not even that good. Tell me, 62.7% completion in the final year. That's not that good. Tell me one thing that he can do that's so good. No one can tell me anything because there is nothing. Agreed on Loomis? Well, yeah. I gotta tell you, Shedeur Sanders is a good prospect. He's not great, but he's good. Shedeur Sanders is good. I'm sorry if that makes me, if you don't like it, but Shedeur Sanders is good. I'm not saying he should have been drafted in the top 5. I think now Shedeur Sanders is falling too far. Now we've overcorrected. Shedeur Sanders had a good final year. He was good. But yes, for Dynasty, there's a world. Yeah, for sure. Oh, I got to get my emotions under control. Oh, I just love hating on the Saints. He's not going to slide to the 5th. Saints are a joke. Yeah, well, we know. Seeing Tyler get so passionate is amazing. Yeah, I've cut it out of my content, really. I mean, my videos are so short. There's just not that much time for passion. But I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I mean, if you're not that good at 25, it's not a good sign. So the Bills trade up was for a defensive tackle, TJ Sanders. So that's not super relevant. Remember when I said in the Patreon Discord that the first 10 picks will be majority fantasy relevant? We had Higgins, Judkins, Henderson, Burden, and Shough. So we did have a majority. We've already had 5 players of the first 8 were fantasy relevant. Love your emotions about Shough because he's bad. Yeah, absolutely. He's very good at turning the ball over. I agree with that. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care if he slighted the NFL. I slighted the NFL. I think this has been enough years I can talk about this. I did a grad program in grad school for the NFL. One of the things that we were assigned to do was give them a solution to fix the Pro Bowl. My solution was to get rid of the Pro Bowl. I said it was stupid, a waste of time. They didn't take so kindly to my suggestion. They didn't really like that. But what did they do? A couple years later, they got rid of the Pro Bowl. They got rid of it. They minimalized it. They sidelined it. So, my suggestion was right. They just didn't want to hear it. That's all. But I think it's been years enough that I can talk about that. That was like 6 years ago. But yeah, I do have a background in sports management. I don't know if people know that. Yeah, I went to grad school at Columbia for that. So rarely ever mention that. But I do have a background in listening to some of these people. And some of them are smart. Some of them not so much. Yeah, he'll make my top 48 because he has to. A second-round quarterback has to make my top 48, okay? Thank you. I don't know what I called, but I do appreciate the compliment on whatever it is. Tyler Shough going early? Yeah, I mean, yes. Okay, I've got the Jets pick, and this one I like. This was linked earlier today. The Jets have selected tight end Mason Taylor. Good pick. Did I want to spend a first-round pick on Mason Taylor? No. Am I okay with the Jets spending a second-round pick on a tight end who we've seen in the Justin Fields offense is important? I'm totally fine with that. So for me, Mason Taylor versus Tyler Shuck will be a debate in, in tight end premium drafts. I think I'll have, obviously, Mason Taylor a tight end behind like a wide receiver like Luther Burden. But would I have Mason Taylor or Tyler Shuck? Oh, the elimination of the Pro Bowl? Thank you. Yeah, they didn't want to hear it. They were like, you should make the Pro Bowl better. People would be interested in it. They didn't really care about the numbers. I showed them the numbers. The numbers are that it was the only All-Star game where the All-Star game for that league is viewed less than the regular season games for that league. They weren't interested in the hard data, but whatever. They're billionaires, so they probably know better. I mean, yes and no, right? Quinshon Judkins, 204 to Cleveland. That's a lot higher than I expected him to go. I like that landing spot a lot. He's going to be a workhorse there. Jayden Higgins going to Houston. I like that. Good quarterback and earlier than I expected him to go. No complaints about that one. This one here, Mason Taylor to the Jets. Good landing spot. They need a tight end. It's good draft capital. No issue with that. Tyler Shuck, I hated anyway. And yeah, TreVeyon Henderson to the Patriots, I think, is a disappointment. We wanted him to go to the Bears, obviously. No. I'm not going to take a tight end who was drafted in the early second over one who was drafted in the top 10. Absolutely not. No. I think you should have wanted him. Good player, Mason Taylor. Better for real life than for fantasy, though. That's the thing. Better for real life than for fantasy. I'm much more on Mason Taylor's real life pick. I think it's a good pick. For fantasy, I worry that Mason Taylor is just another Cole Kmet. Fine player. He'll get a contract extension. Will he ever be that relevant for fantasy? Maybe not. But for real life, absolutely in on him. I thought there was a chance the Eagles could take him and trade Dallas Goedert at 32. Okay, so I think the real decision in drafts you're going to have right now, would you rather have Mason Taylor or Tyler Shuck? It's that would be funny. Which of your bold predictions that came true was your favorite besides the death of the Pro Bowl? What bold predictions have I had in the past? I don't know. I gotta think about that. I mean, I usually try to not say crazy things and be reasonable. What was I really in on? I was pretty in on Bo Nix because the draft capital was there. The fantasy upside was there. I did think Bo Nix had a much higher chance of being good than people wanted to give him credit for. So maybe that's a recent one. I did say that Drake London was going to break out in year 3, and he did. So that's another one. Will Johnson slides crazier than the Sanders slides? I agree with you absolutely. I think Will Johnson should not be sliding. Okay. So for me, Bucky Irving, yeah, but I don't think I ever predicted Bucky Irving would be this good. I'd lean Taylor, but I wonder how Shuck is going to be viewed. So, okay, so my issue with Taylor is I'm just not that in on these like real life meh for fantasy tight ends either. I don't know. I don't really want to draft Shuck. I don't really want to draft Taylor. I think a lot of players are going to pass them. Will Johnson, I think, is because of his injury. I agree with that. The medicals must be really bad. So the thing is, I'm debating now between Taylor and Shuck in Superflex. I'd probably rather Shuck because I'm not excited. Don't mistake my enthusiasm for the Jets making a good pick for me wanting Mason Taylor for fantasy. Don't confuse those two things. I am not super in on Mason Taylor as a fantasy asset. Much more so in on a real life selection. Okay, we have a selection from the 49ers. Not a running back. That would have been wild. defensive tackle Alfred Collins, another defensive player for them. Cowboys are up now. And why do I have a feeling this is going to be Bechal Tuden? Watch this. Bechal Tuden to the Cowboys here. Or Shedeur Sanders. Watch that. That would really be something. You know? But yeah, to me, Mason Taylor, a good player, but he'll probably be somewhere. There's going to be other players that are still drafted who go above Mason Taylor and Tyler Shough. Mason Taylor's probably going to end up in the mid-late second. Like, Shedeur Sanders could still pass Mason Taylor. In Superflex tight end premium, I'd just rather hit on a quarterback than hit on a tight end. Like Elic Ayomanor, Tre Harris, Jaylin Noel, Jack Bech, all of these guys could pass Mason Taylor. Okay. I do think we're starting to get to a point. I don't believe in collusion. That's not a thing. But I do think we're starting to get to a point where Shedeur Sanders is better than Tyler Shough. Shedeur Sanders is more valuable than like Mason Taylor to the NFL. I do think that Shedeur Sanders, now they're biased against him to a degree that I think is unwarranted. And I think someone's going to get a value on Shedeur. Like, I don't hate the guy. Like, I don't hate Shedeur Sanders. Did I, like, miss something? Is there... Yeah, his dad's Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders is a bit annoying. Okay. LeVar Ball is annoying. Did that stop people from picking LaMelo and Lonzo? No. Like, there comes a point at which, like, I don't find Shedeur Sanders to be that annoying. I just don't. No, I'm not sugarcoating it. I mean, there's nothing to sugarcoat. Shedeur Sanders personally doesn't really annoy me. I'm just not that annoyed, you know? Even his father, I mean, I get it, but his father is not coaching the team. But what character issues? Like, that's the thing. Like, okay, he's annoying. Some people say he's annoying. You know, some people say this or whatever. But, like, at some point, you know, take a chance. It did show otherwise. To me, I thought Cam Ward was a clear quarterback one in this class, but Sanders was my 2. It's a mistake. I think he should go earlier than that. Sure, to the Rams, I could see that. I think Sean McVay would work with these concerns, of which I have no concerns, just fine. Sean McVay has dealt with a lot of things. Sean McVay is an excellent coach, leader of men. He can handle everything. I would have no concerns. Oh, sorry, I reminded you of the Ball family. But really, has LeVar Ball mattered for Lonzo and LaMelo's NBA career? No. Think so? I guess. I don't know. It's hard to find quarterbacks who can play quarterback. I would take a chance, personally. It's better than Tyler Shough. Tell you that. I don't care how nice Tyler Shough is. You know, like, look at it this way, right? Could Indy go Sanders, maybe? I do agree with this. He would have to stop doing that in the NFL. Look at it this way. I'll look at it this way. Giants fan, right? I'm a Giants fan. Everyone knows, everyone said, Daniel Jones, nicest guy, ultimate professional, really nice. You know, it's great, treats the teammates well, gets along with the coaching staff, gets along with everyone. Did that help the Giants do anything? No. Right? It didn't accomplish anything. Being nice is not good enough to be a quarterback in the NFL. You have to actually be able to play quarterback, which Daniel Jones was not able to do. So we're waiting on the Cowboys here. No, we're past that point. No, we're way, way, way past that point of Shedeur Sanders being able to be in the top 12. That's a no. He's not going to pass Golden, who went in the first as a wide receiver. He's not going to pass Higgins, who I like as a prospect. I think the ceiling for Sanders is probably 14, and there's probably going to be running backs too that pass him. So no, I think at this point he's fallen too far. I do not think that Shedeur Sanders can be in the top 12. I'm going to say no. So the Cowboys actually went defense. Donovan Ezeraku. They skipped running back, skipped wide receiver. So let me say this about the Cowboys. I would not be surprised in the slightest if Amari Cooper is a Cowboy after the NFL draft. Kind of makes sense. They're not picking wide receiver. They need a wide receiver too badly. I wouldn't be surprised if they sign Amari Cooper after the draft. Brandon Cooks went to the Saints. So the Colts are up. The only fantasy relevant player this could be is quarterback. All right. So let's see. Where are we? Yeah, I mean, I kind of get it. You know, like Sanders hasn't done himself. The thing is, there's a difference between the court of play on the field and the court of public opinion. Sanders has not done himself any favors in the court of public opinion. That much I can say. Keenan Allen, yeah, that would work. Keenan Allen to the Cowboys, Amari Cooper. I just say Amari Cooper because of the familiarity. Yeah, I don't think there was bad blood. I think Amari Cooper would be happy to come back to the Cowboys. I don't see that as an issue. Elijah Moore, I don't think Elijah Moore is quite the level that they need. I think Amari Cooper would be a higher level. Where do I have Henderson? Right now I have Henderson just behind Judkins and ahead of Egbuka. I could flip-flop Henderson and Judkins, but I think I'd lean Judkins for the immediate opportunity. Also, Judkins went earlier. Judkins is a year younger than Henderson. So I'd have to have a very, very good reason to have Henderson higher. If the younger player went earlier, similar prospect eval. So it would be tough for me to have Henderson ahead. I'd have to be very convicted that I was right. I have Golden ahead. That's a pretty easy one. I could see Dobbins to Dallas. Yes, you can buy a Dunze for cheaper, and I would suggest doing so. All right. So the Colts did not select Shedeur Sanders. They took JT Tuamalu, edge rusher. Okay. Yep. Odunze is going to be probably my strongest post-draft buy. If you include Venom, 10 different Spider-Man movies came out while Tyler Shuck was in college. That's wild. That's a wild stat. How did you even come up with that? So the Rams are on the clock now. I think I'm going to make myself another cup of coffee. Shedeur Sanders has still not been selected. 38 votes. Saints at 40. Yeah. We can end this poll because clearly. What do we want to poll on next? Let's do I want to put up another poll. What poll do we want? Let's do a poll on Kaleb Johnson. So could it be the Bengals at 49? That would be spicy. The Broncos at 51 could be spicy. The Bears at 56 or somewhere else. All right, polls up. Get your votes in. Dak and CD. Well, there's going to be no other choice. Will Milroe go before Sanders? No, I still think Sanders is going to go first. But I could be wrong. Thinking of sending something like Pearsall in 209 for Romo Dunze. I'd go Dunze there for sure. And I do like that. Who do you think will pick the next running back? I think... I mean, the Broncos still haven't picked their running back. And, you know, like everyone knew that the Browns were in on a running back, the Chargers and Vegas, but the Broncos still haven't picked one. They need one. I'm going to say the Broncos are next on running back. All right. So I will be right back, and then we'll discuss the Rams' shocking selection. Remember to vote in the poll and get more comments in the chat, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Broncos need a runner. Bengals will never draft a running back early, and they'll never shore up their offensive line. All right. Let's discuss the shocking pick of the Rams. Terrence Ferguson, tight end from Oregon. So he went with the the 14th pick. This is going to be the trap, I think. We don't want this player. I cannot imagine that I'm going to draft a lot of Terrence Ferguson, who I'm not high on as a prospect. I mean, like, he's fine, but yeah. Okay, so let's get to some of these questions. So number one, are any of the remaining running backs good enough to take Swift's spot on the Bears? Oh, do you know what my opinion is of DeAndre Swift? It's really bad. Yeah. So I think a lot of them are. Any chance of a Brock-like breakout from the 2025 tight end so far? That will never happen again. So the odds are no. Ferguson, do you? Why? Why do we love it? I don't know. I think it's going to be Ferguson's going to be a little bit overdrafted. So I'm going to probably pass. I tend to avoid these types of tight ends. I think in rookie drafts, they tend to be far, far overdrafted. So yeah, I don't tend to go for players like that. So he probably won't be a target. The Will Johnson slide is stopped. Yeah, the Cardinals got a great value at 47 with Will Johnson. Mason Rudolph, I guess. I mean, I guess he's a hold. I wouldn't drop him. Yes, you can drop Davis Allen. You can drop any other. You can probably drop Tyler Higbee too. You probably don't need to hold him. Okay. So Tyler Shuck, they say that they picked him because he did well in the interview process. Great. Great. That's really a good reason. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Let's okay. Remember, if you're still here, use code NIGHT2 on that Patreon link for 75% off your first month. Patreon.com/fantasy advice. So get all my help in rookie drafts. So yeah, the Texans have traded up. Yeah. I just think for fantasy, I'm not sure how and people are going to see, oh my God, he went to the Rams in the second round. Oh, wow. He's going to be so great. And that's going to be a hard pass for me. So I'll be out on Ferguson. He's going to go in like the second round, and I'm not doing that. So I'm going to be out on Terrence Ferguson almost for sure. Yeah. All right. Let's keep the momentum going. We were in the 50s. Now we've dropped to the 30s. So let's keep the momentum going. And the Texans have traded in. I'm trying to figure out what they traded in for. So we have 19 votes on the Kaleb Johnson poll. Get your votes in. Right now, the majority is saying Broncos at 51, 63%. But you still have time to get your votes in on that. Okay. So Kaleb Johnson is going to be Texans. So the Texans traded 58 and 99 for 48. So the Raiders are really accumulating a lot of picks. So if I have this correct, the Raiders have now 3 picks in the third round, in addition to 1 pick later in this second round. So the Raiders have a lot of picks today. I really don't know if the Texans are going to trade up for a running back. That would be a little surprising to me. Could be wrong. I think it's more likely. I don't know. I think it's more likely this is not fantasy relevant. It's offensive line. Would be my prediction. Let's see. So we're waiting on the Raiders are doing a lot of trading back. I kind of like it for them. They're accumulating more assets. Yeah, it's offensive line. The Texans have selected Minnesota tackle Ariante Ursary, which is what they needed offensive line for sure. So that's a good move for them. And now we move on to the Bengals, who I believed were the first possibility for Kaleb Johnson. I think it's not likely, but I think it is a possibility. Now, I want to thank everyone who's been on the stream so far. We're over an hour and a half. We've added 3 subscribers to the YouTube channel. We've added 2 new patrons, but I want to see some more likes on the stream. I want to see some more comments in the chat. And I want to see more, more patrons really would be the big thing that I want. And remember, this is the link, patreon.com/fantasyadvice, code NIGHT2 for 75% off until 1 a.m. tomorrow. 1 a.m. You have just over 4.5 more hours to take advantage of this deal. And, I don't know. I didn't really go into this on yesterday's show, but I will say it means a lot to me. You see, if you go in the chat, you see people talking about how good the Patreon is, how much they like the Patreon, how much passion I have for this. So, it really means a lot to me when people sign up. Cardinals defense is going to be nuts. I mean, they got a great value on Will Johnson. What's the gap in talent between second and third round fantasy rookie players? That is position dependent. Are we talking about second and third round draft capital? It's pretty big in general. For wide receiver more so, but running back too. Quarterback, it's basically any quarterback past the second round is dead. Tight end, it depends. Tight end is weird. But in general, I prefer players to be drafted earlier. In general, I prefer players drafted in the second over players drafted in the third. I do think sometimes people are lazy. They group all day 2 players together. I don't think that's a good way to look at it. Round 2 players have a significantly higher success rate than round 3 players. They should not all be grouped together in one bucket. That is a big mistake that I do see a lot of people doing. The Bengals are on the clock. We're waiting for the Bengals. Now, Tyler helped me break a 9-year streak of missing the playoffs. So, yeah, it was money well spent. Thank you very much. I'm glad. I always am glad when I hear that I made someone into a winner. Because no one wants to be a loser. Everyone wants to be a winner, right? If you don't sign up for the Patreon, your children will never learn how to read. I don't know if you'd want me to be the one to teach you how to read. Okay. So the Bengals pick is in. Will this be an exciting pick or will it be someone on Twitter says Terrence Ferguson at 46. I am whelmed. I kind of agree. Who's everyone's team? Yeah. Comment in the chat your team. What team do you support and how you feel about your NFL draft so far? Why not? Let's start a discussion. Is there a possibility the Jags will build around Hunter since they spent so much on him? Well, I mean, yes, they will be building around Hunter, but no, Hunter is not going to be better than BTJ. No. But the only reason to take Hunter would be if they plan to use him as a starter on both offense and defense. There's no other reason to trade up what they did for him. Just signed up earlier this week. Awesome content. Thanks so much for the super chat. And I appreciate that. I hope you're enjoying the Patreon. If you're considering the Patreon, having Tyler help you step by step with the team and throwing ideas off of him is unmatched. I really do appreciate that. I try to be active every day. Bengals went with a linebacker, Demetrius Knight Jr. I think it makes sense. For me, I wasn't thinking that the Bengals would use one of their first 2 picks on a offensive player. I was looking at the Bengals, I think, 3rd round pick to potentially be a running back. I do think if TreVeyon Henderson or Quinshon Judkins was there, they would have considered it. But we're going to see. Seahawks, you like the way your draft has gone so far? Yeah. We're going to see what they do now. The Seahawks are up now. My Jets are making me happy. Mason Taylor was a good pick. Armand Membo was a good pick. I would be happy. Broncos, defense is going to be nasty. Broncos are up next. Packers, I hate the golden pick. Yeah, I hated it too. Bengals won with linebacker, talked about that. Seahawks are on the clock right now. We're going to see what they do. Go Birds. I can see the link. Yeah. Let's go Chiefs. Got great value last night at a free 5th. Well, you know, who needs to give the Chiefs more advantages, right? Colts equals average. Yeah, fair enough. Saints, we're doing bad. Yes, you are. You would get an F from me. F grade. Niners fan pretty much expected them to restock the defense. Yeah. Yeah. Broncos fan, let's see what the Broncos do at 51. We're going to see what that is. If you don't sign up for the Patreon, you don't respect the troops. I love these interesting analogies. I appreciate that. Although I don't know what that has to do with the Patreon. Seahawks ran this pick to the podium like instantly. Okay. Could this be a wide receiver? Maybe Jaylin Noel or Tre Harris? Nervous to see who the Broncos take. I think it'll be Kaleb Johnson, personally. But I think what would be interesting is if the Broncos select a different running back. I joined the Patreon a year ago and can't imagine life without it now. Give it a try and you'll stay forever. Oh, thanks so much. So something interesting was just posted on Twitter about Tyler Shuck. Someone said Tyler Shuck reunites with Juwan Johnson. They reunite with Juwan Johnson. They played together in college 6 years ago. So that's just crazy to me. Broncos are trading back. Okay. We will see. So I guess they wanted a running back who was not there, probably. What are the Seahawks doing? It's true, though. It's a fact. What are the Seahawks doing? I'm waiting for the Seahawks pick. I assume this is going to be a wide receiver, but I could be wrong. What do you think the Seahawks pick will be? We'll end the Kaleb Johnson poll because we've gotten past that. Let's see. We'll just do another poll. Is Shedeur Sanders taken in round 2? Yes or no? Pretty simple. So why don't we get in some votes on that one? Right now it's 50-50. All right, so we're waiting on the Seahawks. What will they do? Will it be a wide receiver? I think it could be. This would be wild to me still. I don't know. I mean, he might be worse than Malik Willis. We're going to have to see. Seahawks draft. Are you kidding? I hope this is a joke. The Panthers moved up. Okay. I've got the Seahawks pick here. Tight end, Elijah Arroyo. Elijah Arroyo, tight end. So for me, I liked Elijah Arroyo in the pre-draft process a lot more than Terrence Ferguson. But again, I don't know. I think tight ends get pushed up too high. Who do you think is better? The Panthers moved up. We'll get into that in a second. Who do you think's better between Elijah Arroyo and Terrence Ferguson? I think Elijah Arroyo is better. Notice who's not being picked. No Harold Fannin. Tight end run, and it's a gross one. Yeah, I did tell people that Harold Fannin was going to fall. Harold Fannin, now 5 tight ends have been picked through the first 50 picks, and no Harold Fannin. Arroyo, no thanks. Yeah, I'm not going to be targeting Elijah Arroyo, I don't think. Please don't tell me the Panthers take a running back. The Panthers have traded up. I'm going to get the trade compensation in a second. The Panthers have traded a second, a third, a fourth, and a sixth for a second, a third, a fourth, and a seventh. So a little complicated to figure all of that out. But basically, the Broncos moved back to 57. The Panthers moved up from 57 to 51 right now. So the Broncos, whoever their target was not available. The Panthers, they already took Tet McMillan in the first round. Teams are playing chicken with Shedeur. I don't think anyone wants Shedeur, for better or for worse. You hate the pick. Why do you hate the pick of Elijah Arroyo? I actually don't think it's a bad selection. I would have rather a wide receiver. The NFL clearly doesn't like this wide receiver class. Let me tell you. I mean, 3 teams have taken a tight end over wide receivers. Mason Taylor, Elijah Arroyo, and Terrence Ferguson have all gone over wide receivers. I don't love that. Kubiak loves his tight ends. He does. Yeah, I'm a little nervous. I think people don't love this wide receiver class. Panthers, edge, Nick Scordon. They spent the first pick on offense, needed to spend the next pick on defense. It's a good move. Titans are now on the clock. I have a feeling, I could be wrong. I have a feeling that this is going to be wide receiver Kyle Williams. Just a feeling. It's like my gut. My gut is telling me Kyle Williams. But I'm hoping they go with a wide receiver I like better, like Tre Harris or Elic Ayomanor or Jaylin Noel or Jack Bech. Now, I will be honest. I'm a little nervous. I thought all 4 of those players would go in round 2. We're now at the 20th pick in round 2, and none of those players have been selected. So I am a little nervous. My gut says Jaylin Noel. My gut says Kyle Williams, which I think would be a big mistake. But we'll see. You missed the Seahawks pick. Yeah, the Seahawks took Elijah Arroyo. Elijah Arroyo was their pick. So right now, the Shedeur Sanders poll, 63% say no, not drafted in round 2. Okay, I have the Titans pick. It's Olufemi Oladejo edge. So not a big fan of this wide receiver class. It's not Restrepo. Restrepo is not going to go in round 2. Okay, so remember, code NIGHT2 for 75% off. No one's actually used this code. The 2 people who've signed up for the Patreon have been yearly patrons. So again, I'm hoping to see some Patreon signups using my 75% off. Yep. I really thought the Titans would take a wide receiver, but they didn't. Lots of defensive ends today. There have been, but there have been a lot of fantasy relevant players. I've been a little disappointed in the wide receiver class though. What if the Bucks take another wide receiver? Wouldn't that be fun? One thing we haven't seen is the trades. George Pickens is still a Steeler. Dallas Goedert is still an Eagle. Mark Andrews is still a Raven. We haven't seen any of those players traded. Yeah, I mean, we hate. There's a difference. I said this earlier. I'll say it again. There's a difference between Matthew Golden, who I think is overrated, and Tyler Shuck, who I think is bad. Matthew Golden, if he falls far enough, there will come a point at which I still take him, right? But yeah, I mean, depends on where he falls. I think he'll go too high. Tyler's Patreon is more addicting than crack. I doubt that. I don't know. Jake Ferguson is still a Cowboy. Did anyone expect Jake Ferguson to be traded? I certainly did not. I think Jake Ferguson's a part of their plans. I'm not sure how important he's going to be, if he's going to be a big piece of the offense, but I think Jake Ferguson is a part of their plans. You look at your phone just for notifications. I'll be honest, I have the notifications for the Patreon Discord turned off because I can't. It's hundreds of notifications. I need to turn that off and just get to it at my own pace. My pace is pretty good, but I don't have the notifications turned on for the Patreon Discord. I appreciate that. How did you become a Giants fan? I mean, I'm from New York. My dad is a Giants fan. Yes. Yeah. Sometimes I miss some humor, you know. I don't know. Tyler Yu, the most cost-effective Dynasty fantasy football university ever. I should start a university. That would be fun. So the Bucks are not going to pick another wide receiver. I don't think the Bucks are going to pick. I would have rathered Sanders. I don't hate the capital that they spent on Dart. I'm kind of on it, honestly. Yeah, but I live way closer to the Giants than I do the Bills. All right. We're still waiting on the Buccaneers pick. Which I assume is not going to be fantasy relevant. And then I assume the Packers are also not going to be fantasy relevant. So we'll keep an eye on the Chargers at 55, who also could use a tight end. And also could use a wide receiver. I think Cam Ward has a higher floor and ceiling than Jackson Dart. dart comp? I don't really comp. I was kind of thinking Will Levis. But Will Levis went a little later. The other comp would be Kenny Pickett. It's not good. I mean, the success rate, Paxton Lynch, like the success rate of quarterbacks in that range is bad. So, yeah, I'm not like super excited. What I like about Tyler's following is you guys are not pretentious. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I get the criticism that I can be a little bit of a know-it-all at times, but I don't try to be. I'm just, like I feel the way I feel, and I don't want to back down just because it's not popular or, for politically correct reasons or whatever. At this rate, the Saints still have another chance to pick Sanders. They do. Chargers took Hampton while having Najee. Does that worry you? It doesn't really. Najee's on a 1-year contract. Amari and Hampton has 3 times as much total guaranteed money as Najee over his whole contract. So not really, no. We don't get full 3-down workhorses almost ever. So no, I mean, do you not want Jahmyr Gibbs because David Montgomery is there? No, of course you want Jahmyr Gibbs. And David Montgomery is superior to Najee Harris. I was thinking Bo Nix. I could see it, but Bo Nix was a better prospect for sure. Favorite Giant of all time? I actually have a signed Carl Banks jersey like right over there. At some point, maybe if you guys are nice, I'll turn the computer over there and we can see it. In a best case scenario, that's not Carl Banks is not my favorite Giant though. Favorite? I've always had a soft spot for Michael Strahan. In a best case scenario, yeah. Bo Nix will be a best case scenario for Jackson Dart for sure. Tyler's Patreon helped me make a trade on Easter when Tyler was busy. Tyler's created a really friendly and helpful fantasy environment. Thank you. I was in there on Easter, but yeah. I appreciate that. All right. The Packers are on the clock. This is not going to be a fantasy relevant pick. So yeah. I mean, it could be. They could shock me and pick a running back. The Buccaneers selected Benjamin Morrison if I didn't announce it. Hey, Tyler, just popping in and out, but I wanted to thank you. I signed up yesterday and jumped in on Discord. Thanks for the help. You've already helped me hammer out 2 trades already. I appreciate that. I love actually helping people do things instead of just talking about doing things. So I appreciate that something. Oh, this camera is really not like a long haul camera, I don't think. But I appreciate that. I love helping people do things instead of just talking about doing things. Who's the worst general manager in the NFL and why is it Mickey Loomis? I will say that when the Giants had Dave Gettleman as their general manager, he was even worse than Mickey Loomis. So I know what it's like. That's the thing. Like, I know what it's like to be a fan of a team with a horrible general manager and to see the pain. Like, I get it. But I was very like with it, knowing that Dave Gettleman was horrible. Saints fans are mostly delusional and think that Mickey Loomis is good. He helped me make multiple trades on Easter. Yeah, I did pop in there a little bit later on and try to help, even though it was Easter. Packers selected Anthony Belton, tackle. If anyone in here is considering signing up to the Patreon, I can personally guarantee doing so will make a difference in the success of your leagues. It's been super beneficial. I really appreciate that. And I'm glad that it's been helpful. No running back to the Packers. They're not going to take a running back in a second. The Packers visited with 0 running backs. So my guess is the Packers don't take a running back until day 3. I'm not sure Lloyd's going to pan out, but he's still the favorite to be the backup. But I will say Emmanuel Wilson looked pretty good last year. I don't know. Tackle, yeah, we talked about that. They did not take another wide receiver. Did you see Aaron Glenn's answer? I did, actually. I did see it. And low-key, I loved it. This is a, there's a player who's not on the team anymore. We're not talking about players like that. I'm fine with that. I don't care. I think it's no secret I don't like Aaron Rodgers, right? I mean, I think everyone knows I'm not a fan of his nonsense. I don't want him on my team. I was so upset when I heard the Giants were interested in him. I don't want his crap anywhere near my team. So, getting a little nervous for these wide receivers. So, we have 66% of people have said no on Shedeur Sanders selected in round 2. Your dart comp does not inspire me. Yeah, in single quarterback, I'm probably not. I generally don't draft quarterbacks like this. These like quarterbacks you have to wait for. In single quarterback, I usually just draft someone else. So I can't imagine I'm going to be drafting like Jackson Dart really in single quarterback. Like I'd probably rather have the tight ends. I'd rather have, you know, I'm just not interested really in Jackson Dart. In Superflex, I'll be interested, but in single quarterback, not really. And Tyler Shuck in single quarterback, I'm not going to draft at all. Okay. Tre Harris. Tre Harris is the next wide receiver taken. So I will say, pre-draft, I was a little scared that Tre Harris could slip. I'm really happy that didn't happen. I'm really happy that he went to the Chargers, a good landing spot. Now, here's what I will say. Is Tre Harris a threat to Ladd McConkey? Absolutely not. I think Tre Harris is going to be competing with Mike Williams and QJ for an outside spot in that offense. Now, I will say I'm going to have Tre Harris ranked ahead of QJ. I've seen enough of QJ in 2 years that I'm not so in on that. So Tre Harris, I think, has a chance to be wide receiver 2. It's an offense where the wide receiver 2 can be relevant. He has second-round draft capital. So for me, in Superflex, I'm going to have Tre Harris behind Luther Burden. Again, I prefer Burden as a prospect. So the two things is with wide receiver, if I forget, running back's different because landing spot's more important. But for wide receiver, if I prefer the prospect and the draft capital is better, landing spot is not going to change my mind to go with the other player. So I had Burden higher than Harris. Burden went higher in the NFL draft than Harris. So I'm going to have Burden ranked higher than Harris. But I put Harris above the tight ends, above Tyler Shuck. Because if you hit on Harris, I think you could get something valuable. Whereas with those tight ends, I think it's just okay. You know, I'm not that excited. Tre Harris, exclamation mark. Great landing spot because it's a spot where they need an outside wide receiver specifically. And that's what Tre Harris is. So it's a great landing spot. And if for some reason this causes a buy window on Ladd McConkey, it should not do that. But if for some reason it does, I'm all in on Ladd McConkey. Chargers with another favorite. Melvin Gordon. Yeah, throwback. Boost him. Right now I have Tre Harris at 15. So I have him behind Higgins, behind Burden, but ahead of like Tyler Shuck, ahead of Mason Taylor, ahead of Royo, ahead of Ferguson, and even in tight end premium. I'd rather have a chance on Tre Harris, a wide receiver that I'm kind of excited for, with still who had second round draft capital ahead of those tight ends that I'm like not excited for. Tre Harris moves ahead of above those tight ends that got picked. Yeah, I want to take. At the end of the day, you want wide receivers are more valuable than tight ends. At any given time, there's maybe 8 tight ends that are really valuable, whereas there's like 40 wide receivers. Your odds are just better. I'm not going to comment. Yeah, hopefully we'll see. I like the Chargers draft so far. Yeah, I mean they're going offense. They got Amari and Hampton. They got Tre Harris. They're filling in those voids. Our rookie draft starts next Friday. Will you have your updated Superflex rankings be locked in by then? I mean, of course, I'm going to continue to update them throughout the process, but the complete rankings will be posted on Sunday. So, yes, of course. The draft will finish on Saturday. Complete rankings will be posted on Sunday. It'll be completed by then. Of course, there'll be updates because there'll be news. There'll be other things. But, yeah. Bears have to go running back. Yes, the Bears are now on the clock. The pick is in almost immediately. I do think there's a high likelihood it's Kaleb Johnson. But it would be funny. I mean, the Bears have spent so many picks on offense, right? I mean, they spent already a pick on a tight end, already a wide receiver. Could they also go running back, or could they just avoid running back? I don't know. What's the least important position in a 12-team PPR, half point, tight end premium, 1 QB? QB. In tight end premium, 1 QB, it's QB is the least important. But, you know, overall, you still have to do the value. So I like Tre Harris. Again, I'd still rather take Luther Burden. Remember, I've learned this lesson. For me, I learned this lesson with Brian Thomas and Xavier Worthy last year. If I prefer the prospect and the draft capital for a wide receiver, no landing spot is going to change my mind. So I preferred Burden. Burden went higher. I'm not going to reverse it for a landing spot and go Harris. I think a lot of people will. I'm not going to do that. We'll see. We'll see what the Bears do. So the Broncos have traded down again. I think that I don't know what the Broncos are doing. So the Broncos gave up 57 and 230. They got 60 and 130. So the Broncos moved up or moved back again. So I don't know if their target got picked again. We'll see who the Bears picked. If it's Kaleb Johnson and that was the Broncos' target, I do think they wanted these players, but they could have also wanted Johnson and the Bears just took him. I don't know. Tyler, you're the GOAT and the best in the business, but I have to go get dinner for the family. So I'm done for now, sir. I will leave the stream up, though. I really appreciate that. Helps boost the numbers and keep the viewership up. Thank you very much. So right now we're waiting on the Bears. It would be funny. If they, it looks like it's not running back, though. Seth Rollins. Oh, I have the Bears pick. Oh, okay. I clearly don't know who Seth Rollins is. The Bears have selected offensive tackle Ozzie Trapillo, 56th overall. So they went offensive lineman, not a running back. So the Bears passed on a running back, and now the Lions have traded up to 57. The Lions have traded up to 57. Now, some people were saying there were some issues with Jameson Williams. Could the Lions go for a wide receiver? Lions could use a running back. That would be very funny. Or a quarterback. So it's the Lions at 57. Then the Raiders at 58. I think the Raiders could be a spot for a wide receiver. Then the disastrous Ravens at 59 could be a spot for a wide receiver. And then the Broncos at 60, Commanders at 61, Bears again at 62. Chiefs and Eagles to close out the round. I do think there could be some fantasy relevant selections. The one thing we have not seen is players being traded. I have no idea. Someone tell me more about what this is. The Bears just love pissing me off by not taking Kaleb. Yeah, I think the NFL is not as high on Kaleb Johnson as we were. I was a big fan. I would not be surprised if Kaleb Johnson is not the next running back taken, personally. Okay. All right. We're over 2 hours into this stream. Still 44 of you in here. I got to say, I've been very impressed with the success of both the night 1 and the night 2 live stream. It's done very well, and it's giving me a lot of positivity for how my post-draft content will go. Lions sprinted the pick in. We're going to see. We're going to see what it is. Could it be a running back? That would be funny. The Lions pick is in. David Akers trolling Dallas. I don't remember that. Remind me of that story. Okay. So the Lions selected guard Tate Routledge, and the Raiders selected, I have wide receiver Jack Bech. Wide receiver Jack Bech to the Raiders. Fine with it. I think we're still in the range where I'd prefer to take a chance on these wide receivers over these tight ends, you know? Like, it's not my favorite landing spot. Now, I think we're at the first player where in Superflex, yeah, I mean, the Lions got a great value to trade up for Tate Routledge. Apparently, Akers announced the Eagles pick in Dallas, gassed up the Eagles, and hated the Cowboys. I kind of love that. Low-key. So let's talk about Jack Bech to the Raiders. Now, I think this is the first player where I kind of have a decision. You know, like, would I prefer Jack Bech or would I prefer, like, Tyler Shuck? I think that's close. Because Jack Bech is not my favorite prospect. The Raiders are not my favorite spot. It's getting a little late in the draft. I think I'd still prefer Jack Bech, but like we're getting to a point like the second Tyler Shuck starts games, Tyler Shuck is going to be worth more than Jack Bech. So I think this is now getting to the point where it's close. I don't know. I think we can end the Shedeur Sanders poll. This seems to be irrelevant. We'll do a new poll about something that's happened already. Which of these two players would you prefer? We'll do a poll. We'll do a poll right now. Okay. Which of these two players would you prefer? Quarterback Tyler Shuck, Saints picked 40. Wide receiver Jack Bech. Who would you prefer to draft in Superflex rookie drafts? Which of those two players would you prefer? I don't know. I'm not sure I see that much upside with Jack Bech. Like, if you hit on Tyler Shuck and somehow you're right, Tyler Shuck is going to be worth a lot more. Jack Bech was not my favorite prospect. I was not a big fan of Jack Bech. So now the Ravens are up. I did see the Ravens take Oh, I did see the Ravens take Elic Ayomanor in a lot of mock drafts. The Ravens selected Marshall pass rusher Mike Green. Yeah, I'd prefer not to discuss Mike Green for reasons, a lot of reasons that I don't really want to talk about Mike Green. But just safe to say there are some good reasons why Mike Green fell down the draft board. And we'll leave it at that. I don't want to spend time on the stream talking about Mike Green. Okay. Are we worried about Chris Olave? It's not helpful. It's not helpful because I don't see the path now for Chris Olave to be as fantasy relevant this year. So yeah, I mean it's a value hurt for Chris Olave, for Rashid Shaheed. Yeah, for sure. So players we're still waiting on. We're still waiting on Shedeur Sanders, obviously, Kaleb Johnson, Cam Skattebo, Jalen Milroe, Dylan Sampson, Elic Ayomanor, and Jaylin Noel. I was really hoping to see one of those wide receivers go off the board soon. I do think the Broncos are going to look at a skill position player here. For sure. What's up? I saw your message. Been a while since we've chatted, I believe. But I'm glad to see you here. We talked about that. Okay. Right now, 80% of people are voting on Jack Bech over Tyler Shuck. I think my rant about Tyler Shuck convinced them. Are we worried about the Johnson slide? Do we even consider it a slide? Not yet. If he gets past the Broncos here, the Broncos are now, then Commanders, then Bears, then Chiefs. If he gets past those four, then yes, then I would consider it a slide. As of now, not yet. I mean, I didn't expect Johnson to go in the top 50. So it's not a slide yet, no. If he gets to the third, then it's a slide. I have 109, 110, and 112. Has that range gotten better or worse? So that range kind of includes players like Judkins. He got a little bit better. TreVeyon Henderson, maybe not the landing spot we wanted, maybe a little bit worse. Emeka Egbuka went higher than we wanted. Jackson Dart, Matthew Golden, I'd say it's about the same. It's not better, it's not worse. It's kind of what it was. It's like okay, but not great range. Yeah. I'm not going to say really moved too much one way or another. All right, we're waiting on the Broncos now. I think this could be Kaleb Johnson. My top 30 overall? Okay, so in Superflex, it's only Ashton Genty will be in my top 30, no one else. As for 1 QB, I think Omarion Hampton and Teteroa McMillan will also be in there. Travis Hunter might be. I don't even think Cam Ward is in my top 30 in Superflex. I think he's just outside. The others are nowhere near. If that helps. But I haven't actually done that yet. That's like just spotting it, like eyeballing it. But I haven't actually done that. I don't do the process of putting the rookies into the veterans of the draft until the draft is complete. I do that all at once. Whereas with the rookie ranks, I update it a little bit at a time. And then after I do the veteran ranks, I re-update the rookie ranks based on how I rank the vet versus the veterans. Because at the end of the day, rookie drafts are an artificial market. What really matters is how I rank people in the veteran overall rankings, and then I backdo the rookie draft that way. Does that make sense? That's the correct way to do it. A lot of other analysts do it wrong. They just rank the rookies, in themselves, but that's an artificial market. Once the rookie draft is over, the market is all players. So, you have to consider it in the larger context of overall dynasty leagues. And remember, if you want to see those ranks, use code NIGHT2 for 75% off the first month of my Patreon. Still haven't had any signups with that 75% off code. You can get the whole Discord experience for $2 for a whole month. Click on that link and sign up. I promise you won't regret it. So right now we're waiting on the Broncos. I still don't see the Broncos pick yet. The ESPN Draftcast that I'm using to follow along is a little bit behind. So I'm trying to find a way to catch up. I know you don't really do IDP. I don't. That's true. But what does your gut tell you about how high Hunter should go in IDP? First overall, if you can play him in an IDP, if you can play an offensive, if you can play a player that scores twice in an IDP spot, he should go first overall. I mean, that's a league winner, right? I think so. Are you telling me this or are you guessing this? That Broncos have taken a running back. The Lions got a great value on guard Tate Ratledge, by the way. He had a 996 RAS. Sign up to the Patreon, people. Amazing value for money. Give it a go for a month. You won't turn back, I promise. You really won't. I think people, once they get in, really get a lot of value out of the Patreon. Definitely need to get over to the Patreon. It's more than worth it. Yeah. Oh, my God. Oh, how am I going to reconcile this one? The Broncos have selected running back RJ Harvey, a prospect, to say it kindly, I hated. I hated the prospect. RJ Harvey, who's already 24 years old. Okay. But he gets second round draft capital. Well, what do we do? I got to be honest. I am not confident in this player. This will almost certainly be a fade because I hate the prospect. I hate the age. But how do we evaluate RJ Harvey? Obviously, I'd prefer RJ Harvey to guys like, Jack Bash, Tre Harris. Luther Burden, I think, is buried enough in a spot where I think it's just, I have to prefer RJ Harvey. I think the question is RJ Harvey versus Jayden Higgins, RJ Harvey versus Matthew Golden. Emeka Egbuka, I like too much as a prospect. I like Emeka Egbuka. And then Jackson Dart, I think a first, I don't know. I mean, I think that's where the conversation starts is, RJ Harvey versus Jackson Dart, RJ Harvey versus Matthew Golden, RJ Harvey versus Jayden Higgins. But, man, I don't like the prospect at all. What? Wow. You hate, I mean, here in the Patreon, you read my write-up on RJ Harvey. I said I hated him pretty much. No, it's not Estimate season. Estimate was terrible. You guys should sign up for Tyler's Patreon. Tyler's super responsive and the community is great. Thank you so much. And I did a whole write-up on RJ Harvey. So my patrons know I'm not a fan. So for me, we have to slot RJ Harvey somewhere, right? I mean, I think this is going to be a player I probably fade. Like, for now, I'm putting RJ Harvey behind Jayden Higgins at 14 overall, behind Matthew Golden, ahead of Luther Burden. Didn't read it. Yeah. It's, I'm not a fan of RJ Harvey. He's an older prospect. He's going to go in the first round because he went to the Broncos. Not for me. So I will be OUT out on RJ Harvey at his value. I'm still going to have him as an early second round pick. I'm not going to get him with an early second round pick. Someone I like better might fall to me. But I think I would prefer Jayden Higgins. I just believe in Jayden Higgins, the prospect, more. And then Matthew Golden was a first-round wide receiver. I think I'd prefer Jackson Dart, a first-round quarterback. So for now, I've slotted RJ Harvey in at 14, just behind Jayden Higgins, just behind, ahead of Luther Burden. Just because, yeah, I think Luther Burden is just too buried, unfortunately. All right, Commanders are up. If the Commanders take Kaleb Johnson, that would be huge. I do think this RJ Harvey pick is the first selection. That's a total shock to me. As much as I hated Tyler Shuck, I knew that Tyler Shuck was going to go on day 2. RJ Harvey, I had predicted as a 4th rounder. So I got it wrong on the draft capital on RJ Harvey. I was not correct. To me, it's shocking. I expected him to go on day 3. He was not one of the running backs I had earmarked for day 2. But this is the first big draft capital shock. Every other player that's been picked so far was in my list of players I expected to be picked on day 2. I thought Terrence Ferguson would be a 3rd rounder. I'm surprised he went in the 2nd, but I did think he would be picked on day 2. Some RB opportunities coming up. Yeah. Commanders are up now. The Commanders are up now, which is absolutely an opportunity. Yeah, I see people talking about ranking RJ Harvey 109, 107. I'll have no part of that. So I will have no RJ Harvey. I can guarantee you that for sure. Yeah, we know that there are sexual assault allegations against Mike Green. We don't need to spend any more time on that. That's why he fell in the draft. If you're already signed up for Tyler, you're already losing. If you're not signed up, yes, please sign up. Someone's saying RJ Harvey is the Bucky Irving of the year, but you're going to have to take RJ Harvey in the 1st round. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'll tell you that right now. But, it's just one of those things where it's like the landing spot is going to steam up this guy, and I'm not going to be in on that. So, all right. The Commanders have taken Bucky went in the 4th. The 3rd of rookie drafts. Yeah. Commanders took Tre Amos. So the Commanders have passed on running back, which means that Brian Robinson is safe. They might take someone in the 4th, but Brian Robinson's going to be the starter again. So Brian Robinson has mostly survived the draft. Good question. Who's missing? Who's missing? As in, who did I expect to be taken in the 2nd who has not? Shedeur Sanders, obviously I thought would be off the board. Kaleb Johnson, Jalen Milroe, Elic Ayomanor, and Jaylin Noel. Those 5 I thought would be taken in the 2nd. But we've also had RJ Harvey, who I didn't expect to be taken, and Terrence Ferguson, who I didn't expect. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure I expected Jalen Milroe to be taken. But I'm hoping we still get B-Rob lives. Yeah, but he's an instant sell. He's still boring Robinson for a reason. Boring Robinson. Can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not going to be in on RJ Harvey. It's just everything about him screams overrated, overvalued. He's going to go in the mid-1st. I'm going to have no interest. Monte Ball. I remember Monte Ball. Does Tyrone Tracy survive the top of the 3rd? I'm nervous. If Kaleb Johnson is still there, I'm very nervous. I'll just say that. So now if the NFL gifts the Chiefs Kaleb Johnson, that at 63, that is a crime. But all right, so Commanders passed on running back. I think these 2 teams, the Bears and the Chiefs, are a chance for running back. And I also think the Eagles at 64 would be a chance for a wide receiver. That would be a terrible spot. Someone's going to get a steal with Kaleb Johnson. I agree with that. At this point, Kaleb Johnson would be a value. What are some of the highlights? RJ Harvey went in the 2nd round. Terrence Ferguson went in the top half of the 2nd round. Tyler Shuck went off the board, and Shedeur Sanders is still not drafted. I think the Chiefs should do it. I think the Chiefs should take Kaleb Johnson. And that's what I would do if I were the Chiefs. Don't know. I don't see it. RJ Harvey also is not a workhorse. People are going to say that he's going to be a workhorse. That's not going to happen. So I can't imagine I'm going to be in Still holding in that high 40 range. What is that? What do you mean by this? Now we know why Shedeur didn't accept the invite to the green room. Well, I mean, I can't blame him. The Sleeper Bears account is saying the Bears should take people are too excited for RJ Harvey. I see so much excitement everywhere. Woo, woo, woo. Yeah, I'm not woo, woo, woo. Woo, woo, no for me. Woo, woo, no on RJ Harvey. Overrated, overdrafted, overvalued. Out for me on RJ Harvey. So he'll be a pass. Pick for the Bears is in. Could it be Kaleb Johnson? We're running out of spots for those wide receivers. Could the Chiefs take a wide receiver? If I doubt it. Yeah. Chase Brown is holding on. The third round is still there for a running back, but yeah. Oh, they're first round picks, Henderson and Judkins. I have Judkins at 8, Henderson at 9. Don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I looked at the prospect. It's bad prospect all across the board. Old, relatively unexciting. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't understand what the excitement really is. Like, yeah, he did deliver at UCF, but he didn't really deliver anything until his age 22 season, which is a concern for me. So I'm not a big fan. I could be wrong. Obviously, I'm wrong. I've been wrong before, but he wasn't my favorite prospect in the process at all. I'm just not going to push RJ Harvey up because he got the dream landing spot. I'm not going to push him up as far as he's going to go. He's going to go in the first round. I'm not going to do it. I'm waiting for the Bears pick. I want it to be Kaleb Johnson so bad. It's not. It's defensive line, Shamar Turner for the Bears. What tight end do I drop? Chig, Komet, or Strange? I think of those, Chig is probably the best at this point. I don't know. I mean, Komet is a better player than Strange, but Strange has a better opportunity now. I mean, Komet really has no chance. None of them are drops, though. Not yet. But Chig is the only one who's clearly a stronghold. The other two can both go, but I think I would lean toward getting rid of Komet. But Komet is a good player. But being a good player didn't help Dawson Knox. So, I don't know. I think it depends on if the Jaguars draft a tight end later in the draft to give competition for Strange. But it's one of those two. It's not Chig. Okay, so we've passed the Bears. So now we're moving to the Chiefs. Yeah, just didn't work out for Knox. Let's see. All right. We're waiting on the Chiefs now. I would love this to be I would love this to be Kaleb Johnson. So we're going to have to decide between those second-round tight ends, Mason Taylor, Elijah Arroyo, and Terrence Ferguson. To me, Mason Taylor is a good bit better than the other two. Mason Taylor went higher. I liked Mason Taylor more pre-draft. And Mason Taylor went somewhere where he's clearly going to be the immediate starter. I think Terrence Ferguson might be the starter. I'm not sure. I think Elijah Arroyo might be the starter. I'm not sure. I think Mason Taylor will be the starter. That is crazy. I agree. That was kind of wild. Rome Odunze buying season is here. But I think we're going to have to start putting people in that like range between, you know, Mason Taylor, Elijah Arroyo, and Terrence Ferguson. Because I think Mason Taylor in Superflex Tight End Premium will probably be a second-round pick. I don't think that Terrence Ferguson and Elijah Arroyo should be. I think those should be third-round picks. All right, we got 30 votes. The preference was clear for Tyler, or for the preference was what was I gonna say? Preference was Jack Bech, 66% over Tyler Shuck. Probably gonna have Tyler Shuck higher, actually. I just don't see it. All right, sadly, not a running back. Omar Norman Lott, defensive tackle for the Chiefs. And now we make our way to the Eagles. Good. So we're making our way to the Eagles. As a Giants fan, I'm really hoping for Kaleb Johnson for the Giants at round 3. Okay. So now we're making our way to the Eagles. Probably not going to be fantasy relevant, but I could see this being a. We have to have some interest in Burden with how high he went. And at the end of the day, for wide receiver, I care more about draft capital and prospect profile than landing spot. And the draft capital and prospect profile is there for Burden. Yep. I am. Remember, if you want this type of thing all year, I do this type of live stream 2 days a year. You know, we do it the 2 days of the NFL draft. That's it. If you want this type of interactive experience, the other 363 days, you got to jump in the Patreon, where you can use code NIGHT2 for 75% off your first month. Any more signups will be awesome. Click on that link, patreon.com/fantasyadvice. Hopefully you can actually click on the link. I'm going to repost it now. I'm going to repost this in the and there you go. It's at the bottom of the chat. Click on that link, patreon.com/fantasyadvice. Use code NIGHT2 for 75% off. You still have 3.5 hours to get in on this big deal. So please take me up on it. All right. So I still feel like Sanders goes to the Raiders. It's possible. So the Eagles are now, and then we get the Giants, the Chiefs, the Browns, and the Raiders. I think the Browns or the Raiders at 67 and 68 would be a possibility for Shedeur Sanders for sure. So the Eagles have made their selection. Safety Andrew Mukuba with the 64th overall pick. A safety. Kind of glad we didn't light a wide receiver on fire. So we've now completed the second round. So Kaleb Johnson, no second round draft capital. Elic Ayomanor, nope. Jaylin Noel, nope. Jalen Milroe, no. And Shedeur Sanders, no. So now we've gotten to a point with Shedeur Sanders where I'm like, I mean, the hit rate of third round quarterbacks is basically nothing. So I don't know. I don't know how interested in Shedeur Sanders I'm possibly going to be. I mean, we're getting to a point where I might have to rank Tyler Shuck higher just because of the superior draft capital. We're not that far away. So the Giants are up. The pick is in. They may have run to the podium, it looks like. So I'm going to do another poll. How many quarterbacks do you think go in round 3? 0, 1, or 2 or more? All right. Pat Mahomes was 10th or 12th? 10th overall in 2017? So no. He was a first-round pick. How many fantasy relevant players in third? It's rough. You're most likely to get a relevant running back in the third. Wide receivers in the third, the hit rate is low. So we're getting to the point now with these wide receivers that I'm not overly excited for them. I wasn't that excited for this class anyway. Running backs, you can get hits in the third. Unrelated to rookies, a quarterback stash I really like is Malik Willis. Sure, I mean, I'm fine stashing him. He has rushing upside. Nick's saying 2 quarterbacks in round 3. Milroe and Shedeur. So the Giants are up. We're waiting for the Giants. I believe the clock now shortens to 5 minutes. So we will see what the Giants do. So the Bears do not have any more picks in do not have any picks in round 3. So potentially DeAndre Swift is a surprise survivor. What will the Giants do? Oh. A lot of people on Twitter are saying the Giants should take Shedeur Sanders. I would find that very funny. Oh, okay. The Giants have selected defensive tackle Darius Alexander, Toledo. Okay. Chiefs are up again, 66. The Kaleb, now I think you can call it a slide. The Kaleb Johnson slide continues. Shedeur Sanders is still undrafted. I think he's going to be drafted with one of these next 2 picks by the Browns or the Raiders, but we're starting to get to a point of like, I mean, the hit rate of a third-round quarterback is just so low. Yeah. It's been basically this stream has been slightly less viewed than round 1, but not that much less. It's been very, very strong. The one thing I would love is to see some more patrons That would be the thing that really kind of takes it over the top. And you can use code NIGHT2 at this link for 75% off. That would be really the thing that would get, you know, make me call this like the ultimate success. Maybe. I mean, it's very possible. At this point, the Giants don't have any more picks in round 3. So they could take one in round 4, but Tyrone Tracy is not going to be supplanted. I really thought he would be, honestly. So we will see. Running backs, I will say, RJ Harvey went a lot higher than I thought. Quinshon Judkins went higher than I thought. I am a little bit surprised that Kaleb Johnson is starting to slide. So the Chiefs are up now. $53 people in the stream, almost 3 hours in. I got to be honest, that has exceeded every expectation I possibly could have had. So I really appreciate everyone who's here. All right. Chiefs are up. And things will start to move faster, like I said, because the clock is down to 5 minutes per team. One thing we have not seen, none of those like player trades, none of them. Not a single player has been traded. No players. No George Pickens trade, no Dallas Goedert, no Mark Andrews, none of it. So that stuff has not happened. We'll see if it happens in this round. But as of now, nothing. So we're now waiting on the Chiefs, who have the pick in, apparently. And let's see what the Chiefs do. I would love to see this pick be Kaleb Johnson, but it's not. It's an edge rusher, Ashton Gillot. What's your take? The high-end talent's weak. I mean, it's not like last year where the top 8 picks were all like premium assets. The middle of the class is fine. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't get. We still haven't had Jaylin Noel. We still haven't had Elic Ayomanor. We still haven't had Kaleb Johnson. Shedeur Sanders has slid, which hurt the super flex value. Yeah, I'm disappointed. It's not great, but it's not bad. I think what could really save this class is a bunch of running backs going now. A bunch more running backs going in the 3rd to at least beef up the mid to late 2nd round of those drafts. That could really help. Oh, we just got a new patron. And they used my 75% discount code. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. So now we are moving to the Browns. And maybe this will be a Browns and Raiders are coming up. Could be a spot for Shedeur Sanders. So let's take a look at my poll. 21 votes. How many quarterbacks go in round 3? 0 is 0%. 1, 38%. 2 or more, 62%. Welcome. Welcome. I'll get you set up after the stream. I'm going to do all of that after the stream, just like I did last night. Welcome to the club. New Patreon. Yes. Welcome. I love it. And another shout out here as well. Who's your favorite fantasy relevant player left on the board? Kaleb Johnson by far. By far. Kaleb Johnson, not even close. The odds of a third round running back hitting are so much higher than a third round quarterback. So if we're going someone, the only position with a significant hit rate in the third round is running back. So it's Kaleb Johnson by a lot. Kaleb Johnson is one of the only players left, other than a few other running backs, who, like Kaleb Johnson, if he's picked now, could still be a mid-second round rookie pick. Whereas everyone else would struggle to be a second round rookie pick at all. Although there's only been 21 skill position players drafted, so there are going to be second round rookie picks who are not picked yet. All right, to get myself through the rest of the night, I think I'm going to make myself one more cup of coffee, and then I will be right back. And don't forget to vote in the poll while I'm gone. Oh, I've been informed of something interesting. Okay. Okay. I don't know if I've mentioned this, but I actually have a little cold. So I have really been pushing it with my voice doing all of these streams. But, I'm doing the best I can. Are the Chiefs really okay with Pacheco? I guess they are. Maybe they'll sign J.K. Dobbins post-draft. I've really enjoyed it. Good night. Thank you for tuning into the stream, and I'm glad that you've really enjoyed it. We still got a long way to go. I'm pretty down on this class right now. Yeah, I am a little bit as well. But I was before. It's not like I changed. The whole first round outside of the top 3 picks, honestly, the whole thing is kind of mid. I've enjoyed the YouTube content and want to show support. I really appreciate that. And I'm trying to emphasize this a lot, that a lot of why I want people to join the Patreon is to support the YouTube, because the Patreon keeps the YouTube going. So I really appreciate you signing up. I don't know if I would say that. I'm not going that far. But yeah, it's not great. More down than before. I think if I have to pick, am I more down or more up? I do think Tet McMillan going at 8 to the Panthers and Amarian Hampton getting the first round draft capital, going to Chargers, good landing spot. Those things have helped. Travis Hunter didn't help. The tight ends were fine. Quinshon Judkins helped a little. I think at the top, I mean, Ashton Jeanty and Cam Ward got the landing spots we're talking about. I think overall, I'm slightly more down, but I'm not like that much more down. Welcome to the crew. Yeah. Tonight's been rough. I think in some perspectives, I don't think that Quinshon Judkins going to the Browns was bad. I don't think Jayden Higgins going to the Texans was bad. RJ Harvey's value certainly increased, even if I'm not a big fan of him at cost. Tre Harris got a good landing spot that I don't think I expected him to get. Jack Bech went in the second round and to a good spot as well. Luther Burden got the draft capital even without the landing spot. And Mason Taylor certainly gained some value. So is it a disaster? No. Fannin to the Browns. Okay. I have less than zero interest in taking a third round Harold Fannin who's going to have to sit. Yeah. Speaking of that, cold. Harold Fannin to the Browns. Yeah, I'm not interested. I don't wait for tight ends. I don't want to wait for Harold Fannin to sit and then maybe get involved later. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a competition. In Superflex tight end premium, I put just Fannin at the bottom. He's he's not even in the same tier as Elijah Arroyo and Terrence Ferguson. Harold Fannin's going to be a 4th round pick for me. I'm not going to have any interest. Fannin to the Browns. Your favorite tight end just went to the Browns. It's a joke because I hate Harold Fannin. Another tight end. We need a Fannin rant? Sure. Fannin can't play tight end. He doesn't play the tight end position. He doesn't know how to do that. He is a receiver, but who's not actually that athletic, who isn't as good at receiving the ball as receivers. So I have no interest in this player. The Browns, big winner from the draft, Cedric Tillman. He's their wide receiver 2, unquestioned. Another big winner, Jerry Jeudy. He's their clear wide receiver 1, unquestioned. Thanks for the welcome. I appreciate all the patrons welcoming. All right. Just remember, a year from now, this will look better. Maybe, maybe not. Tight ends are going to be overrated. I don't think Fannin's going to be rated that highly. People don't want to wait on a backup. I mean, David Njoku is not going anywhere. So I'm not interested in Harold Fannin. Period. End of story. Zero interest. It's not like the other guys where I could take them at some point. Zero interest in Harold Fannin. I will not be drafting him. He's not going to be in my top 40. We talked about this. Still no Shedeur. So the Raiders had the 4th pick in the 3rd round. They passed on Shedeur. They took Darian Porter, I believe, a cornerback. I don't know what this means. If you can't tell, I'm not into wrestling. I do know that John Cena is a wrestler. I hope he's a wrestler. A wrestler. Yes. Well, I'll have my ranks on the Patreon. But we don't lock in positions. We target value. We target value in rookie drafts. It's a big thing. But I'll have the ranks and we'll help you target players there. But it's might not be a running back at that stage. So Kyle Williams went to the Pats. I did talk about Kyle Williams on the Patreon as a day 2 lock. I like this landing spot. So in terms of ranking Kyle Williams, he'd be behind all the other wide receivers. So I think in tight end premium, it's just a question of, I think Kyle Williams would be below Mason Taylor, but above the other tight ends. That's like my gut instinct. So right now I have Kyle Williams in Superflex tight end premium at 20. Below Mason Taylor, but above like Elijah Arroyo, Terrence Ferguson, who I just don't believe in, certainly above Harold Fannin. And then, and 1 QB, I think it's interesting. Like Kyle Williams is the first player, then the first non-tight end where I'm debating, do I prefer Kyle Williams or do I prefer Cam Ward? Who am I going to have higher? I mean, Jack Bech, I still had higher than Cam Ward. Kyle Williams, I think I would lean that I would prefer Cam Ward. Honestly, I'd prefer just to take the quarterback of Cam Ward, I think, over Kyle Williams, even in a 1QB. I'll have to adjust that later, but that's where I'm leaning for now. But yeah, I think we can clip your rants. Some people have offered to do this for me. And I would, sure. Are we sure we'll even get enough rookies? Yeah, we're going to get a bunch of running backs. That'll fill out that bottom. Probably some UDFAs. Probably not. Ramondre, dead in the water. Just got back to the stream. Is Kyle Williams that? Oh my God. Is that alpha? No, Kyle Williams is not an alpha. That's a no on Kyle Williams being an alpha. Okay. So I think we have the first absolutely shocking pick of the draft. At 70th overall, 306, the Lions have selected wide receiver Isaac Tesla, who I will say was not even ranked in my pre-draft ranks. So I did not expect Isaac Tesla to be drafted before the 5th round. I think Isaac Tesla, for me, will be pretty low. I mean, he's certainly going to be below Kyle Williams, who I definitely preferred. And then I'll have him above Harold Fannin, obviously. But, yeah. I'll expect to have around 4 running backs ahead of Isaac Tesla. Who? Oh, yeah, I mean, he'll be ranked. But I don't think Isaac Tesla is going to be... He'll be a late third round pick, probably. I'm just not that interested in Isaac Tesla. I don't think the Jameson Williams trade is happening. They picked up the 5th-year option, so I don't think they're trading him. So Isaac Tesla is just a wide receiver 3 on the Lions. That doesn't excite me at all. So in Superflex tight end premium, I have him ranked below everyone except for Harold Fannin, because I'd rather take a wide receiver lower on the depth chart than a backup tight end. But yeah, I'm not running to draft Isaac Tesla. I don't really think. I just don't see really the upside of a player like that. All right, well, let's end this quarterback poll. Let's do another poll. I think we still... What poll do you want me to do? Post in the chat what poll you want me to do, and I'll do it. What poll do you want to see? But yeah, what poll do you want? What kind of what do we want to get a poll on? So the Lions traded up to get Isaac Tesla. That's insane. I don't know if I would have done that. The Jaguars traded down. They went down from 70 to 102. And okay, yeah, number of running backs more in 3rd. That's a good one. All right, pulls up. 2, 3, 4, or 5 or more. Rest of the third. The Saints, by the way, did not take anything related to offense. They took defensive tackle Vernon Broughton. Vernon Broughton. Hopefully Dallas goes running back at 76. Might be Bechal Tuden. Still some decent running backs coming up. I agree with that. People are liking Kyle Williams for the Patriots. I mean, it's a good fit. I don't hate it, but I'm not like vaulting him up. All right. Let's keep going. So I think it's crazy that the Lions traded up. Basically, they gave up. They went from 102 to 70, and they traded 2 6 for 2 3rds. Now the Bills are on the clock at 72, it looks like. Absolutely, I would take Rome Odunze and a 26 first over the 105. No question, no doubt, easy. As for the Rome Odunze and 204 for 105, I would still take the Rome Odunze side over the 105, almost for sure. Anyone you're nervous about putting a rank on instead of a high ceiling or floor? No, I don't get nervous to rank anyone. Like, I'm confident in my process. Like, at the end of the day, rankings are based on a range of outcomes. There are going to be things that are wrong. Like, oh no, I could be wrong. Oh no. I'm not worried about that. I mean, you're going to be wrong about things. Get over that. You know, a lot of fantasy analysts have this thing where they're so afraid to say anything. Oh no, I might say something wrong. I can't say anything. Like, it happens, you know, nobody's perfect. So no, I don't get nervous. Yeah. I mean, I would buy Rome. I mean, he's just a very strong buy for me right now. But in terms of like players with wide ranges of outcomes, I mean, RJ Harvey, Matthew Golden, these players have wide ranges. Tre Harris, wide range of outcomes. But I'm not nervous to rank them. I'm confident in my ranking. I just know that there's a wide range of outcomes for those players. The Jets are up. What if the Jets take a running back? But okay, so the Bills took some sort of linebacker. Landon Jackson, edge. The Jets are up. Shedeur Sanders is still undrafted. Only a few. I'm too busy. I do a few leagues. I'm in Trade Addicts 8. That's like the big like league. I'm also in another one with some of other creators in the space, and then I'm in a couple others, but not many. I get overwhelmed. I feel like I'm in like 100, 200 leagues with how many leagues I'm like helping on the Patreon. At the end of the day, the patrons are my priority more so than leagues. So the Jets picked cornerback Azareye'h Thomas, and now the Broncos are up. The Broncos are up. All right. The Broncos are up with the 74th pick. Could they now take Kaleb Johnson? Oh, no, they already took a running back. Delete that. Could they now take Jaylin Noel or Elic Ayomanor? I think, like, if Kyle Williams and Isaac Tesla and Elic Ayomanor are all third-round picks, I'm going to go with the player I had as the highest pre-draft by far, which is Elic Ayomanor. Still 43 people watching this deep in. I really appreciate that. Why do I think Kaleb Johnson has slipped? He was talking about a faller. He didn't really perform well at the combine, I guess. I don't know. I think Kaleb Johnson is very productive. Early in the process, people were talking about him as a first-round pick. So at this point, I think that Kaleb Johnson has fallen too far. Let's see what the Broncos do. What do we think it's going to be? So in this poll, some people are saying, the majority is saying 4 running backs will be taken in the rest of the round. I'm been a little bit surprised that we haven't had more running backs taken so far. So a lot of what we have not seen is these running backs. It's the same thing about weather forecasting. Some meteorologists are so afraid to be wrong that we can't make a forecast. We can't fear being wrong. Yeah, I'm not afraid. You know, I just want to do the best I can. I try to just do the best I can. 5 running backs to 9 wide receivers. I believe that's correct. Yeah. Isaac Tesla is a total shock to me. Are there any questions? You guys are here. 42 of you are here. You know, I'm going to cover all of this, but this is your opportunity to ask me a question. Is there anything in the chat that you want to talk about? You know, I can just talk, but that's not as interesting. Me just talking. Am I wrong not to care about a single wide receiver in this entire draft? Yeah, you're wrong. Teteroa McMillan, I would absolutely pay attention to. Travis Hunter, we got to care about. There's just so much upside. And Emeka Egbuka was a good prospect who went in at 19th overall. I don't care that the landing spot is bad. I'm not going to ignore a strong prospect who went that high. Other than that, if you say you don't want to care, I got no problem with that. But those top 3, you have to care. They're relevant. I'm hoping this pick from the Broncos is a wide receiver, but it may not be. I still cannot believe that Isaac Tesla was traded up for. That's wild to me. I don't understand the point of that. I mean, it is bad. It is bad. I agree with that. I think it's ending up being a little worse than I thought. I listened to a few fantasy analysts who didn't like Golden's landing spot, specifically because Matt LaFleur doesn't believe in a wide receiver 1. Do you agree with that assessment? No, that is a ridiculous assessment. If he had a wide receiver 1, he'd believe in them. He just doesn't. That is a dumb thing. It's called, what do we call this? Confirmation bias, I guess you could call it. Because he's never had a wide receiver 1, people say, or misattribution error, I guess you could call it. Because he's never had a wide receiver 1, when he had Davante Adams, suddenly he believed in a wide receiver 1. This is the dumb nonsense. I don't believe in Golden because I don't like Golden. Not because Matt LaFleur, who absolutely did use a wide receiver 1 when he had Davante Adams, doesn't use a wide receiver 1. That is ridiculous. That's not, they're coming to the right answer for the wrong reason. So no, that is total garbage. Complete and utter garbage. If Matthew Golden proves me wrong and is really good and is a wide receiver 1, Matt LaFleur not believing in a wide receiver 1 will not stop it from happening. You know what these people said? And I was one of these people. I didn't believe in Josh Jacobs. Whatever. I got that wrong. But these people were saying, and this was never my reasoning behind it. Well, Matt LaFleur always uses a committee, so he must never want a workhorse running back. He just didn't have one. Aaron Jones is not a workhorse. I'm tired of people with this nonsense of people saying X coach will never do X ever. We don't have the data for that. Mike Tomlin used a workhorse running back until he didn't when he split the backfield between Najee Harris and Jaylen Warren. It was always Steelers RB1 is a workhorse. Always will be. But then it wasn't. It's just garbage. It's stupid people saying stupid things because they need stuff to talk about because they're not actually that smart. That's really what it is. So, no, I don't agree. I don't agree. If you had put a wide receiver 1 on that team, they would have been a wide receiver 1. Did I cover that? I think I covered that enough. Is it out of the question to get 5 running backs with the best value? No, it's not out of the question. I want to take value. Is diversity a must in terms of positions? No, I want to take value. No, it's not out of the question at all. Absolutely not. We want to take value. If that's the value, I'll take it. If the value is to take 0 running backs, I'll do that. So, no. Back end first, it's fine. I didn't say it was good. It's just not awful like the earlier part of the draft. The earlier part of the draft compared to last year is awful. The back end first is like the back end first. You know, it's fine. Whatever. I expected more running backs to be picked right now. So did I. I thought more running backs would be picked as well. I thought we would get a few more running backs at this point. I really did. What's the move with Godwin? Nothing. Godwin's hurt. Hold and wait. Wait for Godwin to be ready to come back. You can't sell him now. His value's at an all-time low. I think you're going to have another opportunity to sell Godwin right before we get to the season. Pat Bryant. Okay, I have heard of him. I've heard of Isaac Tesla. I had Pat Bryant ranked at the bottom of my rankings. I think what's happening with this wide receiver class is there just wasn't a lot of consensus. And for me, it's kind of, in different order. So for me, I had Kyle Williams as a better prospect than Pat Bryant. And then I had Pat Bryant as a better prospect than Isaac Tesla. So Pat Bryant is going to be somewhere between Kyle Williams and Isaac Tesla. I think just kind of the question is where. I'm not super excited. I think, basically compare him to the tight ends, Elijah Arroyo and Terrence Ferguson. I think in a non-tight end premium, I'd rather just take my chances on a wide receiver, Pat Bryant. I think in a tight end premium, I'd rather take my chances on the tight ends, Arroyo and Ferguson, over Pat Bryant, who, I'd rather take a running back. I mean, there is a good chance I could have 4th round running backs over someone like Pat Bryant. But yeah, Pat Bryant for me, I put currently at 23 in my Superflex tight end premium rankings. So we missed a couple of picks. The 49ers went with Nick Martin, linebacker, and the Cowboys just passed on everything and went Shavon Revel Jr. cornerback. Okay. Never heard of Pat Bryant. I have heard of him. I just didn't do a write-up on him because he was too low down. But he'll have to be ranked now. He'll be a 3rd-round pick. If you're a 3rd-round wide receiver in the NFL draft, they're almost always a 3rd-round rookie pick, even in Superflex tight end premium. It's hard to fall to the 4th as a 3rd-round wide receiver. So he'll be somewhere in that 3rd round. Maybe Isaac Tesla will fall to the 4th because I just don't see anything there. But Pat Bryant will definitely be in the 3rd somewhere. It is good. I have the 103 going to try to get BTJ or Nico. Wow, I would love to do that. I would add a lot to 103 to get BTJ. BTJ is an alpha. BTJ had almost 1,300 yards as a rookie. I do not care who the Jaguars drafted. Alphas who get almost 1,300 yards as rookie with bad quarterback play are not going to disappear no matter who was drafted. So if anyone's fading BTJ because of Travis Hunter, I would pounce on that immediately. Immediately. We still have 50 people in this chat right now, over 3 hours and 20 minutes in, which is crazy to me. On X, they say RJ Harvey's the next Bucky Irving. Well, RJ Harvey is a year and a half older than Bucky Irving, and he hasn't played in the NFL yet. He's not nearly as good of a productive profile as Bucky Irving. So that's going to be a no for me. Maybe he will be, but you're going to have to draft him in the first, which I will not do. I think this is in reference to my rant, and I'm glad you liked it. Hey, what's up? Very active on Twitter. Fun Football Podcast. A lot of good Twitter content. All these RB needy teams with great RBs available. What's going on? I guess teams are just waiting. The Panthers drafted Princely. Ooh, I'm not even going to try. Princely Umani Million. Yeah, okay. Imagine if Chuba had announced Kaleb Johnson as a pick. That's like when Chase Claypool announced George Pickens as the Steelers second rounder. Yeah, that would be wild. Didn't happen though. And now the Cardinals are up. I do think we're getting to the point where teams who don't need running backs could take running backs. So I've gotten to the bottom of the chat. So let's see. I'm waiting for more fantasy relevant stuff. So, which veteran running backs are still in life alert? I still have the Bengals at 81, the Texans at 79, circled as possible spots for a running back, the Titans at 82, the Steelers at 83. All of those spots are still spots for a running back. The Steelers use 9 top 30 visits on running backs. The odds of a team that uses that many visits on a running back taking a running back in the first 4 rounds is like 90%. So the Steelers are the team I still have an eye on. So again, if you're still here, and 48 of you are, make sure to use code NIGHT2. You still have just under 3 hours to do it for 75% off your first month of the Patreon. I promise if you like this, you will love that. It's this active in chat all year round. I'm always there. I'm breaking this all down because at the end of the day, live content doesn't do well most of the year. It's good on these 2 days. These 2 days out of 365. But I'm live in chat in the Discord doing these live breakdowns constantly. So if you want that, you've seen all of the people in the chat talking about the Patreon. And all of these people cannot be wrong. So I think that you won't regret signing up. Oh, wow. Wow. I will say something shocking has just occurred. The Texans have taken Jaylin Noel to pair with Jayden Higgins. So Tank Dell is just dead. That's like wild though, because they also have Christian Kirk. I don't know if they also needed Jaylen Noel. So I will say this. Sign up for the Patreon. It'll be your new favorite subscription out of all your subscriptions. Guaranteed. It will be. Let's talk about Jaylen Noel. I don't see what the Cardinals did at 78, but considering I'm not hearing about it, I'm assuming it's not fantasy relevant. So let's talk about Jaylen Noel. It's a bad landing spot because he's behind Jayden Higgins, over a round behind. I'm not going to move Jayden Higgins in my ranks. He still has the draft capital. There are going to be wide receivers he was competing with anyway. So he's not going to move in my rankings. In terms of Jaylen Noel, I'm going to prefer Jaylen Noel. I vastly prefer Jaylin Noel as a prospect to Pat Bryant or Isaac Tesla. It's really now Jaylin Noel versus Kyle Williams. Kyle Williams is in a much better landing spot. Kyle Williams went earlier in the NFL draft. I prefer Jaylin Noel as a prospect. Do I prefer Jaylin Noel by enough to have him over Kyle Williams? Probably not. I probably have to go with Kyle Williams, who went 10 picks earlier, in a better spot. But that's the value range that he's in. He'll be right below Kyle Williams for me. And he probably, I don't think Jaylin Noel is going to be in the second round of Superflex tight end premium draft. I think he's going to be in the third because I think running backs are still coming in and are going to be above him. But yeah, because I'd rather, like, in terms of the prospects, Jack Bech and Jaylin Noel, I had in similar prospect tiers. Bech went way earlier. Bech is clearly ahead. Pat Bryant and Isaac Tesla are so many tiers down. So it's just Kyle Williams versus Jaylin Noel. Generally, when the two big factors for wide receiver are my prospect profile and draft capital. When they disagree, I go to the landing spot as a tiebreaker. So in this case, I'll break the tie in favor of Kyle Williams. But my general rule is if the guy I prefer goes earlier, I have that guy ahead no matter what. I find if you just stick to that heuristic, you'll be better off. What's your dynasty strategy these next few weeks? The Cardinals went with Jordan Birch, a edge. Cardinals have not really added to their wide receivers at all. I guess they're happy with what they've got. What's your dynasty strategy? Well, we focus on the rookie draft. We do a lot of trading down, not up. We consider trading out of rookie drafts for a haul. And that's what we should be doing. We should be focusing on the rookie drafts and focusing on maximizing those rookie drafts. Okay. So the Colts are now on the clock. I do think what the Texans did is interesting. Clearly, they don't think that Tank Dell is ever coming back. I think that's clear. They wouldn't take two more day 2 wide receivers if they ever thought Tank Dell was coming back. So I think we can just assume Tank Dell is finished forever. As for Christian Kirk, there's competition now. There's a 3-way competition. I think the biggest loser is Dalton Schultz, who now there's just no path for him to do anything because there's too many wide receivers. But I think teams are realizing you can never have too many. You never have too many wide receivers in the NFL. The Bears and the Texans are really loading up. But yeah, I'm Jaylin Noel. I'm open to having running backs ahead of him. What else do we want to discuss? Tell me what else. I've almost even forgotten that Shedeur Sanders is still on the board. The Colts selected cornerback Justin Wally. So, okay. Bills general manager Brandon Beane says they're done. Are Texans just ignoring their offensive lineman deficiencies? I believe the Texans did take an offensive lineman. They traded down at some point, and they took Arante Ursary in the second round. So they've gotten 2 wide receivers and 2 offensive linemen, and they still have a 3rd-round pick. Maybe to take another offensive lineman. But yeah, I mean, could they have spent more on the offensive line? Yes. All right, this is the big pick. The Bengals are up, and their pick is in. At what point should we feel like veteran running backs are safe? Okay, so I think of the players left, Kaleb Johnson, Cam Skattebo, and Dylan Sampson, those are players I think could be starters at the NFL level. In general, any running back taken in a 4th is a backup. So once we get past round 3, I'm going to assume that any running back taken is a backup. So it is what it is. Okay. Chase Brown has probably survived because the Bengals went with Dylan Fairchild, who I've never heard of. offensive guard. Kind of a surprise to me. That I really thought the NFL loved this running back class, but I guess not. Titans are up from Seattle. The Titans, I thought, could be a team that would have looked at Kyle Williams. Kyle Williams is gone. Could the Titans look at a running back? The Cowboys are also out of picks. They have not picked a receiver. They have not picked a running back. I don't know what's going on with them. They haven't addressed their two biggest needs. I don't know if it's too early. I mean, it's not too early, but just be careful about sending picks in the middle of a draft. I typically, obviously, I'm always streaming during the draft, but I typically don't send picks in the middle of the NFL draft. Yeah, you can cut Cade Stover. There's no reason. Too many wide receivers ahead of him. Who are some non-rookies worth targeting with pair of late 25 firsts? I mean, Rome Odunze is going to be a buy for me. BTJ is going to be a buy. Maybe Nico Collins, if people are concerned now. I'm not fading Nico Collins because of, Jayden Higgins and Jaylin Noel. Will we see Shedeur to the Steelers here at 83? I think so. Possibly. I also think that could be a running back. Is Tyjae Spears worth keeping? Well, let's see what the Titans do here. So let me say this with Shedeur Sanders. We've gotten to a point where it's so late that, I'm not spending. I'd even have to debate. Shedeur Sanders, I'd even have to debate if I would put him in the second round. What do I think of Shedeur Sanders versus a buried Jaylin Noel, Kyle Williams? I'd probably rather have Kyle Williams. Probably rather have Jaylin Noel. There's just more of a hit rate on those guys than a third-round quarterback where the hit rate is almost zero. Shedeur Sanders is not going to be a second-round rookie pick. I can say that. Almost for sure. It's just too late. What will the Titans do? I don't know. So, have any running backs been selected since I did this poll? I did the poll. Yeah, before pick 70, I believe 0 running backs have been taken since then. Why does Tyjae get killed? Problem with Tyjae is that Tyjae was selected by a previous regime. So kind of like how the Brian Callahan regime dismissed Will Levis, they also didn't select Tyjae Spears. They didn't like Tyjae Spears. They brought in Tony Pollard to start over Tyjae Spears. They just weren't a big fan. I'm not cutting Tyjae Spears, but Tyjae Spears is backup at best. Wouldn't Sanders start over Rudolph? Yeah, he would. But I am convinced that Aaron Rodgers is the player there. Steelers have picked Kaleb Johnson. I told you. Told you. I have to prepare for this. I can understand it with Chase Brown or Tyrone Tracy. These guys were starters. But the thing that never made sense to me is that Jaylen Warren, who had never started one game, not even one game. Yeah, no, I'm ready. Not even one game. 0 games in the NFL. 0. Was going to be a workhorse. Who was saying that? Who was saying that? Get the names. Drag them. Because they are dumb. They're dumb. I get it with Chase Brown. You could say it's possible or it would be a compliment. I get it with Tyrone Tracy. Okay, Tyrone Tracy started games. Jaylen Warren started never, not even one time. How could this player, who's now 26, be a workhorse? How? Explain it to me, please. Explain to me the thinking behind that. I never understood it. Never, ever, ever. It never made any sense to me at all. Not one iota. It was like the idea that Jerome Ford was going to remain the starter. It was the same thing. And Jerome Ford had started games at some stage. Jaylen Warren had never done it. And now he's been replaced. Replaced by Kaleb Johnson. Now, let's rewind. Is Kaleb Johnson going to be overdrafted in rookie drafts? Yes. Am I going to draft Kaleb Johnson in the first round? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not drafting a player who went at 19th pick of the third round in the first round. I'm not doing that. I think for me, though, the situation's impossible to ignore. Would I rather have Kaleb Johnson or Jack Bech? I'd rather have Kaleb Johnson. Would I rather have Kaleb Johnson or Tyler Shuck in Superflex? It's Kaleb Johnson. So the question is, would I rather have Kaleb Johnson or RJ Harvey? I think I have to go RJ Harvey. I think RJ Harvey went in the second round. I think it's enough of a difference. I have to stick with RJ Harvey. So I really think the question is Kaleb Johnson versus Luther Burden, Kaleb Johnson versus Tre Harris. Who would I prefer there? We'll do a little poll. We'll do a little poll on that, I think. We'll end this poll. We'll do a poll about who you would prefer. I think that's the right range. Because I think, yeah. Okay, I would absolutely send the feelers out for BTJ. We're at 55 people in the chat. I love that. The rant, yes, it did come. Yep. Titans went defense. Yeah, they went some sort of safety. Give Jaylen Warren for Swift. I'd take Swift. I guess. I don't want either player. Worth paying for Patreon just for Tyler rants. I do these via text in the Patreon Discord, so they do happen there as well. Wow. Okay. The Kaleb Johnson is off the board. So, okay. Let's look at my poll. 14 votes. 15 votes. Majority is saying Kaleb Johnson. Tre Harris is kind of outside the range of super premium. So I think Kaleb Johnson to me is going to slot in. It's just so hard. I mean, Luther Burden, the landing spot is absolutely awful. I think I'm going to go Kaleb Johnson above those guys. I think I'm just going to take my chances, even though I just am not convicted enough on the wide receivers. I think I'm going to go Kaleb Johnson right below RJ Harvey. But it just feels wrong. It feels rough to have 15th overall running back who went past the middle of the third round. I don't love it, but I do believe in Kaleb Johnson as a prospect. I loved him as a prospect. So I think I'll go Kaleb Johnson above Luther Burden and Tre Harris for now. Certainly above Tyler Shuck and Jack Bech. That's unquestionable. Yeah, we almost hit 60. I saw 55. I saw 56, I think. So I appreciate that. We've been just as successful today as we were yesterday. So far, 20 votes in after 1 minute. Wow, 20 votes on this poll in 1 minute. I love that. 50% are saying Kaleb Johnson, 25% Luther Burden, 25% Tre Harris. Chiefs traded up. Bucks selected Jacob Parrish. Chiefs have traded up. Is this a running back run at this point? I will say Kaleb Johnson is a smash value at where the Chiefs got him. I'd give Warren for Swift. I'd lean Swift at this point. How does RJ Harvey compare to Golden. It's so hard to take RJ Harvey over Golden. I just don't. I feel like I always make this mistake. I don't want to take these guys that high. Like Golden, yeah. It's so hard to do it because Harvey went higher and the landing spot is, I'd say, better if I had to choose between the two. But I get why if you want to do it, you want those two are the tier for me. The Chiefs traded up for cornerback Noel Williams, so not a running back. I see the Jaylen Warren workhorse season panic on Twitter. But okay, this Kaleb Johnson situation has improved the early mid-second round because I definitely love the landing spot for sure. Chargers are up. Chargers have already added to their running backs with Omari and Hampton. They've added to the wide receivers with Tre Harris. Could they add to there's not really any tight ends left. So it'll probably be not fantasy relevant. The only tight end I had left that I even put in my pre-draft work is Gunnar Helm. Yeah, I get not wanting Golden. It's just so hard to ignore a first-round wide receiver. The hit rate on first-round wide receivers versus late second-round running backs is so much higher on first-round wide receivers. I do think, there is an argument where you could have RJ Harvey and Kaleb Johnson ahead of Jayden Higgins now that they've also taken Jaylin Noel because there's just a little bit more risk with Jayden Higgins now. If you wanted to do that, I would be okay with it because there's just a little bit more risk with Jayden Higgins. There's a lot less upside. I might have to do that. I don't know. But I can't get them above a first-round wide receiver in Golden. I just can't do it. All right. Let's see. Wow. Shedeur Sanders. How did people not see this coming for Jaylen Warren? I don't get it. This was so obvious to me. Jeez. I don't see how people didn't see this coming. Clearly. Wrong with Shedeur Sanders? Clearly. Yeah, I like the Tre Harris fit. It's a good draft capital, good landing spot, but if he gets steamed up too high due to landing spot, I'll probably pass. Yeah. I liked Luther Burden more as a prospect. Luther Burden went higher in the NFL draft, which means that I'm going to pick Luther Burden ahead of Tre Harris. And that's not going to be consensus. Tre Harris first is going to be consensus, and I'm not going to be there. Also, the Steelers must know that they're signing Aaron Rodgers or already have a trade in place for Kirk Cousins because they're just ignoring quarterback completely. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know about that. I think no one saw it coming due to all the hype. Yeah, there was a lot of hype about Shedeur Sanders, and it was all clearly false. At this point, I think almost any team could consider taking Shedeur Sanders because there's almost nothing to lose. There's almost no downside at this point. To some degree. If we look at the first round, right? Ashton Jeanty was 1, still 1. Cam Ward was 2, still 2. Omari and Hampton was 3, still 3. Tedero McMillan was 4, still 4. So Travis Hunter in my final pre-draft rankings was 5, still 5. Quinshon Judkins, Tyler Warren, Colston Loveland, and TreVeyon Henderson, Emeka Egbuka, and Jackson Dart were all first-round picks. They're still first-round picks. The only thing that's really been a wrecking ball has been Shedeur Sanders. That has been a wrecking ball, for sure. All right. Chargers, there was no real room for them to go fantasy relevant, so they went with Jamari Caldwell, defensive tackle. And that brings us to the Packers, who I do think the Packers are a team who could take a running back that doesn't really need one. Right now, we've only had 6 running backs taken. I thought there would be 9 taken on the first 2 days. So I'm going to be a little bit disappointed if we don't get some more running backs taken. The Patriots also traded back with the Chiefs as well. That's how the Chiefs got. I did see this. That was kind of cruel, honestly. So the Packers are now, then the Jaguars, then the Texans, and the Rams. I do think we're getting to a point where teams can take, Malik Willis was drafted earlier than Shedeur Sanders. Malik Willis went at 86 overall. We're now at pick 87. That's wild. I mean, I don't know. Like, at some point, I would still draft Shedeur Sanders, but this kind of reminds me of Malik Willis. Just completely just not even close to the right draft capital. Sanders would fall to 4th. That would be insane. Packers should take Ayomanor. Yeah, I actually forgot that Ayomanor is still there. Ayomanor has been a faller. I thought he'd be gone by now. Yeah. I don't even know. I don't know if Sanders is even going to get a chance. I could see the Packers taking. I really think Ayomanor is like a lock to go in the 3rd round. I don't see Ayomanor falling to day 3. And Ayomanor, I was pretty high on a prospect. So if Ayomanor still goes, I would have him, ahead of players like Pat Bryant and Isaac Tesla, who I was like not interested in as prospects. Oh boy. The Packers went with Savion Williams. Okay. Well, I don't think that's really going to change my eval of Matthew Golden, but I'm not sure what the Packers are really hoping to accomplish. This is yet another team that's taken more wide receivers than is necessary. Clearly they don't think that Christian Watson is ever coming back, but now they have Romeo Doubs, they have Dontavian Wicks, they have Matthew Golden, they have Jaden Reed, and now they have Savion Williams. So are they really going to go into the season with all of these players? Shedeur to the Rams? I could see that. At 90? Absolutely. Huh. That'd be funny. All right, we talked about all of this. Okay. So in terms of Savion Williams, I mean, I just don't see any hope in this landing spot. Something is going to change, right? Not the Rams. Did the Jaguars just trade up? It looks like the Jaguars just traded up. I'm going to figure all of this out. The Jaguars traded up to 89. And it says the Jaguars are also up at 88. We'll figure that out in a second. So TreVeyon Williams, something is going to give here because the Packers have 6 wide receivers now that we're going to have ranked in Dynasty, right? Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, Dontavian Wicks, TreVeyon Williams, Matthew Golden, and Jayden Reed. So Christian Watson is not coming back this year, but we're not. All of those players are not going to be like on. I think Romeo Doubs might be traded. In terms of TreVeyon Williams, I mean, there's just no hope in this landing spot. So I think I'll have him above Isaac Tesla, who I have like no interest in, but below, below everyone else. Like, I'm not sure TreVeyon Williams is guaranteed to be a 3rd-round rookie pick. I just don't see any path for TreVeyon Williams. So the Jaguars, did they trade up twice? Is that what happened? I will say taking TreVeyon Williams there is more of a commentary, I think, on the future of Christian Watson coming back. That's never. Romeo Doubs existing, and any interest in Dontavian Wicks doing anything. To me, the Packers is very clear. It's Jayden Reed is the slot wide receiver. Matthew Golden is their top outside guy. I think Romeo Doubs for now is the other outside starter. And then TreVeyon Williams is kind of a backup plan. Dontavian Wicks, they clearly have no interest in. And they're obviously not expecting to re-sign. Well, obviously Watson and Doubs are going to walk after this year. And then Dontavian Wicks, they just see as a backup. So we'll figure all of that out. But I don't think that TreVeyon Williams is high enough that he's really going to affect my ranking of Matthew Golden or Tucker Kraft or Jayden Reed. I think those guys are way above where TreVeyon Williams. Like, TreVeyon Williams is there, but Romeo Doubs and Dontavian Wicks were already there. Like, those were already a problem. So TreVeyon Williams doesn't really add to the problem. Does that make sense? And I don't really just have that much interest in TreVeyon Williams. So be a player that I'll fade. All right. We see picks for the Jaguars. Caleb Ransaw and Wyatt Millam. Neither fantasy relevant. Sleeper NFL just posted Green Bay wide receiver room is deep. Who gets traded? I do think you're not going to go into the season with 5 wide receivers who can play. You might go in with 4, but I don't think you're going to go in with 5. So I do think Dontavian Wicks or Romeo Doubs is probably not going to be there for the start of the season. I would lean Romeo Doubs as the one who's not there because he's in a contract year. Rams are up at 90. So let's see what they do. Also, you can probably eliminate Luke Musgrave really as a stash. The Packers have clearly, they want to play 11. It's the same thing as the other teams. Who's more important? Jayden Reed, who is a slot receiver and forces you to play 11 personnel, or Luke Musgrave, who is a tight end too? It's Jayden Reed by a lot. So the Packers are working. Basically, that's what they're doing. They're making sure they can exclusively play 11 personnel, which means there's no role for Luke Musgrave because Tucker Kraft is better at everything. So I don't know if Luke Musgrave is like a cut, but I think he's pretty close. He'll probably be someone who's dropped. Yep, last year was the year for this, not this year. It was not Cam Skattebo for the Jags. They went with other players, non-fantasy relevant. All right. So we're now at the Rams. The Rams at 90. I do think this is a possible spot for Shedeur. The pick is in. Let's see. So if you haven't, we still have 2 hours and 20 minutes to get in on this discount. Patreon.com/fantasyadvice. You can use code NIGHT2 for 75% off your first month of the Patreon. Any more signups would be awesome. I would love to see more people get in there. Remember, patreon.com/fantasyadvice. I'm never giving that link up. That is, I can't believe that I have that link and I'm never, ever, ever giving that up. And I'd love to see more people jump in there. It's also in the top right corner of every video I do. It's also in the comments of every video that I do. So I would love to see more people jump in on that. Let's see what the Rams have done. So I'm still hoping for... So remember when Brian Gutekunst said we don't need to add any wide receivers in the draft? They've already added 2. Yeah. Still waiting on the Rams. All right. What else do we want to talk about? So my poll from earlier, who would you prefer? Luther Burden, Tre Harris, and Kaleb Johnson. Kaleb Johnson's leading with 33 votes. 55% of the vote is on Kaleb Johnson. And I think that's where I would go as well. I think so. So if you have anything else to talk about, put it in the chat. And I'll discuss it. I'll talk about it. Huh. I do remember that TreVeyon Williams could play a little bit of running back. Could get involved there. Good point, actually. All right, I'm going to take one final short break, and then we'll finish up. All right. Give me Shedeur to Seattle at this point. Oh, my God. Rams passed as well. They took Josiah Stewart. Edge. So I do think we may have overestimated this running back class. I mean, teams had so many running backs in for visits, but so far only 6 have been taken, which is not a special number at all. Ravens are on the clock at 91. I do think this is a possible running back spot or a wide receiver. Wide receiver would be obviously dead. I don't want a wide receiver to go here. One thing that has not materialized at all are those player trades. Just nothing. Nothing on that front at all. None of the players who've been talked about have been moved. The Ravens, nope. No one went to that spot. Ravens went Emory Jones Jr., offensive tackle. And now that brings us to the Seahawks. Could the Seahawks take Shedeur Sanders? I mean, I just find it hard to believe that Shedeur Sanders doesn't go. Ian Rappaport just said that Dylan Gabriel could go before Shedeur Sanders. That's insane. But okay. Go off. Was hoping Michael Mayer would have been traded. Yeah, that has not happened, sadly. So 35 votes in, 57% say Kaleb Johnson, 26% Luther Burden, 17% Tre Harris. All right, I'm going to put this in the chat one final time. So as a final reminder, you can use code NIGHT2 for 75% off your first month of the Patreon. You've got just over 2 hours left to do that. And it's been an insanely active live chat. I've had a great time. And this is the type of energy that we deliver year round in the Patreon Discord. And I do my best to deliver for you guys. What could be behind Sanders' slide? I mean, the NFL doesn't like him. Oh my God. Okay, we got a pick to talk about. The Seattle Seahawks with the 28th pick of the 3rd round have taken quarterback Jalen Milroe. Okay. Sure. They took Jalen Milroe. Whatever. I'm not sure. Jalen Milroe is someone in a 1 QB. Am I even drafting him? I don't even know. In a super flex, I mean, we're looking at the bottom, right? Like, I'd rather have Savion Williams than, or maybe not. I don't know. Like, where would you rank Jalen Milroe? Milroe went over Sanders. He did. It's true. I mean, we'll end this poll. Where would you... We'll do a poll on Jalen Milroe. Who would you prefer in Superflex rookie drafts? Would you take Jalen Milroe? Or would you go with, let's say, I think Jaylin Noel is ahead for sure. Or would you take Savion Williams? We'll just do those two. Head to head. Jalen Milroe just has so much upside, but we know these are bad picks. We know that taking these 3rd round quarterbacks are bad uses of capital. But eight votes is 100% Jalen Milroe. So I don't think I'm in the right. I got to think about where I'm going to rank him. I mean, I'm going to have him somewhere. Looks like Justin Fields is safe. Yeah, he is. The Saints are on the clock now. Could the Saints... Wouldn't it be funny if the Saints take Shedeur Sanders and Tyler Shuck? That would be very funny. Now, one thing I want to discuss. The Seahawks, they still have Sam Howell And they also signed Drew Lock. So, and they also now have Jalen Milroe. So they're not going to have all 4 of those quarterbacks. So one of them might be traded for a day 3 pick to another team for a backup. Yeah, I kind of am with you on this. I think, not that I don't like Green Bay wide receivers, but Savion Williams specifically is so buried. I don't think that's even the right value range. I think I'd rather have Jalen Milroe over Pat Bryant too. I think it's a question of Jalen Milroe versus the 2nd round tight ends and tight end premium, Elijah Arroyo, Terrence Ferguson. And then I think it's pretty clear I'd rather have Kyle Williams over Jalen Milroe. I just see more likelihood that Kyle Williams contributes, but yeah. Yeah, if Milroe's in the 2nd round pick, I'm not going to have any. He's not going to be high for me. He's just so low. I mean, we're talking about someone who isn't even in the first 90 picks. Like, Malik Willis was a mid to late 2nd round pick in his year, and that did not pay off. Not that Malik Willis is a player you might want to stash, but Malik Willis did not pay off on that 2nd round pick you used on him. So I don't want the Saints selected Jonas Sanker, safety. So the Saints have completely avoided the wide receiver position. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how people feel about Chris Olave. On one hand, you got no competition. On another hand, you got Tyler Shuck. So yeah, people won't care about draft capital. Then I'll be out, I think, on Milroe. I cannot see that Milroe is going to get in the 2nd round of my Superflex ranks. I can't. I don't know. But I might rather have him over these like tight ends. I mean, the odds of a tight end contributing are just so low. I think for now I've spotted Milroe at 22 between Kyle Williams and Jaylin Noel, but he's not going to be at 22 because there's still going to be running backs, I guess, that go in the 2nd round. Rashid Shaheed, wide receiver 1, I don't think so. That was a Clint Kubiak thing, and Clint Kubiak is gone. Chris Olave was the wide receiver 1 before and will be again. And they also picked up his 5th-year option. Okay, so the Browns are on the clock. I think I would be shocked if this were not a fantasy relevant player. I mean, the Browns' biggest needs are they took a tight end, which I didn't find to be a big need for them. Their biggest needs are quarterback and wide receiver. So I think they'll take Shedeur Sanders. They have not taken Shedeur Sanders. Oh boy. Well, the Browns, they did take a quarterback. It hasn't been confirmed, but oh no, it is confirmed. The Browns have taken quarterback Dillon Gabriel. Okay. He's terrible. Dillon Gabriel, quarterback. Well, okay. That's what they did. Sure. Sure, why not? Light picks on fire. Well, whatever interest I had in Jalen Milroe, it's confirmed. Confirmed. Go and look it up. It's confirmed. All right. So Dillon Gabriel, yeah, I have like negative interest. I'm going to take those. To me, Dillon Gabriel, Dillon Gabriel's not starting over Kenny Pickett, let alone Joe Flacco. It's confirmed. Oh, camera's gone again. But yeah, confirmed. Dillon Gabriel. At this point, I don't have any interest in drafting Dillon Gabriel. He's not going to be ranked in my 1 QB rankings, just like how Joe Flacco is not ranked there yet. And then in my Superflex ranks, I don't know. I mean, I'd rather take him over backup tight end Harold Fannin. I think I'd rather have Pat Bryant over him. I think it's honestly, I'd probably just rather take a chance that I'm right about TreVeyon, or not right, but like TreVeyon Williams is actually good. So I put Dillon Gabriel below TreVeyon Williams and ahead of Isaac Tesla. I have no interest in Dillon Gabriel. Like, yeah. Glad I picked Flacco off waivers for free. Yeah, I think that is going to work out for you. I think it's going to be a legitimate competition between, I can't believe I'm saying this, but between Dillon Gabriel, Kenny Pickett, and Joe Flacco. I cannot believe I actually used those words. But, okay. I have less than 0 interest in Dillon Gabriel. I don't see the upside I do with Jalen Milroe. I'll let someone else take Dillon Gabriel. He'll probably be somewhere in my late 3rd. You know, we played this game a couple of years ago with Clayton Tune. It didn't work. The idea Kyler is hurt. Oh, we're going to get a few games from Clayton Tune. I'm not playing that game. So I'm not interested in Dillon Gabriel at all. I will say we've had 5 quarterbacks taken. That's more than I expected to have taken. And Shedeur Sanders is not one of them. Okay. So some surprises for me. Obviously, Shedeur Sanders is a shock. Cam Skattebo, Dylan Sampson, Elic Ayomanor. Those 3 I thought were day 2 locks, and none of the 3 have been taken. So those 3 are shocking to me. The Patriots are up here. I do think the Patriots could be a candidate to take a 2nd wide receiver. All right. I don't think we need more of that poll. Clearly everyone is saying, most people are saying Jalen Milroe. But Dillon Gabriel is not good, though. That's kind of the problem. All right. We'll do a poll with Dillon Gabriel. I want to see who I should include in the chat. All right, here we'll include we'll do Dillon Gabriel versus Pat Bryant. Players that I don't think people expected to be taken on day 2. All right. We're getting to the end of the stream here. We've got let's see how many picks left. Just 8 more. 8 more picks in this round. Who's up now? Patriots are currently up. Still 39 people sticking with me. I don't know. The NFL obviously just hates him. Yeah, this is even more shocking than Malik Willis. The Patriots selected center Jared Wilson. Yeah, no. No way. No way. I wish, but no. I'll cover it in the Patreon. But no. I think we're getting to the point. I mean, I'm already seeing it. You know, the numbers are starting to drop off a little. I think we're getting to the point where people are not actually caring about most of these players. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think we talked about most of the relevant players at this point. Do we think Flacco is going to be the Browns starter? If I had to pick one to start week 1, it would be Joe Flacco. Thoughts on off-injured running backs, Kendre Miller and Marshawn Lloyd getting another chance? I have more belief in Marshawn Lloyd. Marshawn Lloyd has only played 1 year. Kendre Miller, we've seen 2 years of Kendre Miller, and it was not good. So I'll believe a little bit more in Marshawn Lloyd. The Falcons are up now. I do think the Falcons could be a candidate to take a wide receiver. The Falcons have traded up for this pick. Could they take Shedeur Sanders? Wouldn't that be interesting? The Falcons gave up a 5th-round pick to go up from 101 to 96. And they traded with the Eagles. It's not Shedeur Sanders. It's Xavier Watts, safety. And this brings us to the Texans. The Texans could take a running back. Okay. So, what if the Texans just take Shedeur Sanders? This is wild. I mean, this fall is wild to me, but it does look like some of Cam Skattebo, Dylan Sampson. I mean, man, like just 6 running backs taken so far. I was confident that this year was going to be the year where it was different and more running backs were taken, but we only had 6 so far. It's not it doesn't have the depth that I think we wanted. All right. Pat Bryant is killing Dylan Gabriel in this poll. 11 votes, 12 votes, 75% Pat Bryant. And I agree with that. I think Dylan Gabriel is lower than that. At this rate, the Titans can just circle back and grab Sanders' insurance. Kind of reminds me of Kirk Cousins and RG3 where they did that. I mean, honestly, like we're at the point where if you actually like Shedeur Sanders, you should just draft him. The Texans selected cornerback Jaylon Smith. Okay. And now we're back to the Raiders. Raiders are up now. Could the Raiders take another wide receiver? I see that the Raiders have 2 picks, so something happened here. Was this always the case? I'm trying to figure out if there were trades or what else was going on. The Texans traded up to get number 97. The Falcons traded up for 96. And I guess the Raiders just have 2 picks now. I mean, this is it. I'd be sad if the Raiders took a running back and buried them behind Ashton Genty. So We are waiting on the Raiders. Oh, okay. Yeah, they did trade back. That's true. So could the Raiders, if the Raiders pass on Shedeur Sanders with both of these picks, I'm going to actually be surprised. I think they will take Shedeur Sanders with one of these. Yeah. I mean, if Darnold's value falls significantly, yes, but they drafted a quarterback in the 3rd round. I mean, you can draft a quarterback in the 3rd round. It doesn't mean anything. So I'm not sure I'm going to move Darnold's value at all. Do you like the Giants draft so far? I do. I think they've done pretty well. I mean, I'm glad they didn't spend too much on, Jackson Dart, but clearly, yeah, I don't know. We're still waiting on the Raiders. If you told me Isaac Tesla would be drafted and Elic Ayomanor would not, I probably would have thought you would have been crazy. Who's winning? Good question. Of like the fantasy relevant players? I really like what the Chargers have done. They got Amari and Hampton at 22. They got Tre Harris at 23rd pick of the 2nd round. Chargers are really filling their needs, building around Justin Herbert. We're still waiting on the Raiders pick. Isaac Tesla was drafted before Shedeur Sanders. Think about that. I had Isaac Tesla in like the 6th round. So I definitely didn't expect that. We're just wrapping up at this point. And then I'll close out by talking about the players who haven't been drafted yet. Yeah. My next video is going to be my top 5 takeaways from the draft, positive and negative. I mean, to give you an idea of what I'm going to talk about, maybe Teteroa McMillan going to the Panthers, getting a good landing spot. I'm kind of liking that. Shedeur Sanders falling for sure. That'll obviously be a story. RJ Harvey going in the 2nd. That was kind of a surprise. But yeah, I'm going to pick the 5 things I think were like the most surprising, either good or bad, or most actionable, and discuss those things. So it'll drop on Sunday. That's my plan. I'm going to take tomorrow, just kind of, look at day 3, see what happens, all that. And then I'm going to take Sunday, whenever I'm feeling ready, I'm going to do the video. And it'll drop some point Sunday afternoon, I'm planning. So the Raiders selected Kaleb Rogers, tackle. So we're waiting for the Texans' 2nd, or the Raiders' 2nd selection. There's still 46 of you here. That's wild. And yeah, remember to turn the notifications on and subscribe to the channel so you can get, notified about all of my YouTube stuff. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of ending the stream early if people weren't still watching, but 45 of you are still watching. I mean, I got to be honest, like, in terms of how, in terms of adding people to the Patreon, I'd say about met my expectations. In terms of adding subscribers to the YouTube, about met my expectations. What I think exceeded my expectations is actually just the number of people who watched these 2 days of streaming. It's that vastly exceeded my expectations. The Raiders passed on Shedeur Sanders again. They went with Charles Grant. So they went with 2 tackles. And now the 49ers are up. Could the 49ers take Shedeur Sanders? Still no Sanders. Raiders protecting Geno. Yeah, they took 2 offensive linemen to do that. We're holding you hostage. No, that's what Aaron Rodgers is doing to the Steelers. I'm doing okay. The only thing that's hurting a little is my voice. Okay, so now we're waiting on the 49ers. Then we have the Eagles, and then we have the Vikings. And we have really Shedeur Sanders, Cam Skattebo, Dylan Sampson, Elic Ayomanor, and that's about it. So some of those players are going to fall to. That would be interesting. I don't think they're going to do it. I think that's just too much. I don't think they're going to do it. 49ers pick is in. I have earmarked this as a running back the entire time. And I've always thought that the 49ers would have a soft spot for Cam Skattebo. Maybe. I think the 49ers, I've always had kind of my eye on a running back for the 49ers at this pick. This later 3rd round pick, I've always kind of felt a running back. That would just shock me. I evaluated Shedeur Sanders. I thought he was the QB2 in this class. The 49ers are up now. They still have 2 picks in the 4th, 2 picks in the 5th. I do think they're going to take a running back at some point. Could be now. Is Rattler still a hold? I guess. In Superflex, I'm not going to cut him. Well, they can draft Shiloh for that. To play as the safety, his brother. Pat Bryant's winning this poll. 20 votes, 65%. Pat Bryant over Dylan Gabriel. And I think I agree. Pat Bryant, TreVeyon Williams, I think I'd rather have Dylan Gabriel over Isaac Tesla, who I just don't see it. I think the only but I would rather have Dylan Gabriel over backup tight end Harold Fannin. I just have no interest in that. All right, let's see can we get some. It's honestly been kind of a quiet. It was really hot at the beginning of round 2. It's kind of been quiet in round 3. I mean, we had Jaylin Noel, then we had Kaleb Johnson, and then we had TreVeyon Williams, and then these 2 random bizarre quarterbacks, Jalen Milroe and Dylan Gabriel, but we haven't had as many running backs and wide receivers that I was hoping for. So let's see. Let's see. We're waiting on the 49ers. And then we have I see the Broncos. That's not who was there before. And then the Vikings. I still can't find who the 49ers picked, if anyone knows. So the Broncos traded, the Eagles have traded out of day 2. The Broncos have traded in. They moved up from 111 to 101. There's also a swap of fourths. And then the Broncos gave up a 6th to move into day 3. So what are the Broncos doing that for? 49ers passed on running back. They took Upton Stout, cornerback. So, okay. Rookie fever's turning into a rookie cold. Compensatory picks at the end of the 3rd. Well, yeah, I've had a cold tonight. I don't know if they're going to do it. The Broncos traded into this pick. So the Broncos so far have taken Pat Bryant. They've taken RJ Harvey. So the Broncos are probably not trading in. They signed Evan Ingram in free agency. I would think the Broncos are trading in for something that's not fantasy relevant. And then the last team is the Vikings. So the Broncos are up, and then the Vikings. No, I don't think so. Cortland Sutton, I'm not interested in at all. I guess he's a winner, but I don't think I did not have the Broncos taking a wide receiver in the 1st in any mock at all. I always had them taking a running back. So usually Amari and Hampton. So not really. Not really, no. Like I said, the Broncos not fantasy relevant. Edge Sevion Jones. So we'll close out with the Vikings. And the Vikings, could the Vikings take a running back? I wouldn't like it. Could the Vikings take Shedeur Sanders? Maybe. Or could the Vikings take something not fantasy relevant, which I think is a lot more likely? I wouldn't rule out wide receiver. Yeah, edge, TreVeyon Henderson. I wouldn't rule out wide receiver for the Vikings. They don't really have a good wide receiver 3. I mean, they had, what's his name? Jalen Nailor. But Jalen Nailor didn't really deliver anything. So I do think they could take a wide receiver. So it is a wide receiver. Wide receiver Ty Felton. Okay. I mean, Ty Felton was a player I wouldn't say I had a problem with. But I wouldn't say I was excited for Ty Felton. And this is kind of like Isaac Tesla. Like, we're talking about someone who is it's actually the same, really, as the Lions. I mean, this is a player who's not the wide receiver 1. That's Justin Jefferson. Not the wide receiver 2. That's Jordan Addison. And there's a tight end on the team, Hawkinson and Laporta, who are ahead of them. So it's like, this is not, this is not a relevant player. Like, unfortunately, this is just a spot where there's not much opportunity. I think I'd rather have Isaac Tesla over Ty Felton just because he was drafted so much higher. I've put Ty Felton in at second to last in my Superflex tight end premium ranks ahead of just Harold Fannin. But honestly, I could see Now that I think about it, I don't know. I mean, Harold Fannin might even be worth more than Ty Felton. We're talking about someone end of the third round. End of the third round, irrelevant player. So we can end that poll. So round 3 is over. So I do think Shedeur Sanders not drafted. Cam Skattebo not drafted. Dylan Sampson not drafted. Elic Ayomanor not drafted. No DJ Giddens, no Ollie Gordon, no Damian Martinez, no Devin Neal, no Bechal Tudin. No Jalen Royals, no Xavier Restrepo. No Quinn Ewers. And no Will Howard, no Kyle McCord. And no Isaiah Bond. Ty Felton, yeah. 4th round. Okay, so I will say 4th round running backs. Now, no 4th round running back is going to be able to pass Luther Burden or Tre Harris, prospects I like who went in the 2nd. They're not going to be able to go that high. Jack Bech also probably ahead of them. And then Mason Taylor in tight end premium, a prospect I liked, probably going to hang on above 4th round running backs. But Kyle Williams, it would take a pretty good landing spot for a 4th round running back to pass him. But after that, I think is where we kind of start. I mean, Jalen Milroe is there. Jaylin Noel, Elijah Arroyo. I mean, yeah, I'm not these types of tight ends. So, yeah. 4th round running backs could pass a lot. I mean, I expect 4th round running backs to pass Pat Bryant, Savion Williams, Isaac Tesla, and Ty Felton. If a 4th round running back would be ahead of those guys just by default, just by being drafted in the 4th. Great stream. Thanks for hanging with us. You are very welcome. Thank you again. Fun day today. I had fun. I feel like this went a little bit faster than previous years. I don't know if they sped it up, but I did feel like it was a little bit faster. So I appreciated that from the NFL. Now, I'm going to go through this one final time, and then I'll close out the show. Okay. So let's see. So thanks, Tyler. Good stuff. I appreciate that. And the audience has been involved the whole time, so I really appreciate that. Day 2 finished earlier than day 1. It did. It's true. But it started earlier. Now, I'm going to say this one final time. It's good until it's good until 1 a.m. So you still have 1 hour and 37 minutes to do it. Big shout out to you, Tyler. Thank you very much. Okay. So use code NIGHT2 for 75% off your first month of the Patreon. Only one person has actually used this code. So any more signups would be awesome. Patreon.com/fantasyadvice. You can sign up there. Now, I would love to see some more signups in the next hour and 37 minutes. Appreciate this. And you, thank you very much. And join the Patreon, people. Trust me, you will not regret it. I really, really appreciate that. But with that said, I want to thank everyone for sticking with me for these 4 hours and 39 minutes. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope more people sign up for the Patreon. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe if you're watching this later. And yeah, until next time, I will see you all later. Peace out.